Welcome to the Geometric View, Season 2, Episode 8, where I go Michigan morel hunting. Morel mushrooms, that's right. I'm absent in this video. Brighton takes over, and the team discusses whatever comes to mind. Please enjoy. I'm your host, Buddy James. Strap in. Here we go. Please support us on our Patreon link below. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Email us, the Geometric View at gmail.com.
Welcome to the Geometric View, Episode 8, Season 2. And today we're going to do show and tell. I'm in Ohio morel hunting at the same time. So I hope I don't lose service. And if I do go out, someone has to hit record. And this might be a rocky episode and I'll have to stitch it together with multiple, wow, the wind is so strong it just shut the truck door. Big truck door. Anyway. So I'm hoping that Brighton can steer and we can, Brighton can just take the episode. So at any point, if I do leave, you're going to have to hit record again. Brighton or someone else. Anybody can hit record. Okay.
All right.
Perfect. And to segue us into the show, I guess I know Chad has a bunch of really cool stuff that he was working on. So I'm going to go on mute and let Brighton take over the show here.
All right.
So yeah, this is going to be a strange episode, but I think we should have it anyway for sure because there's a lot to talk about. All right, thanks, Brighton. I'm going on mute, and I'll be in and out. So far, I'm 2 for 2. Stopped by Bailey. Come here. Sorry, I got to get my dog, guys.
So this is a piece that Faraday has made. If you're here, we'd love to hear some more about this construct.
Yeah, I'm here. Give me a minute. I hiked Pikes Peak yesterday after only having 7 hours of sleep for the past 2 days, and then I only got 5 hours last night. So I'm kind of exhausted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
So I'm gonna load Skype on my computer, and I'm gonna do my own screen share if that's okay.
Yeah.
Give me a sec.
This is a really sweet animation. Did you take a second dimensional frame, like a square, and then just rotate a third dimensional solid through it?
A square? No, that's just a plane. That's literally just an image.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna load some stuff up, and then I'm gonna screen share. Okay, open.
Isn't this a cool park now?
So I can speak a little bit to that. That image there is the secret to how waves collapse and cavitate, the wave collapse of a wavelet, and how they cavitate from moment to moment, because there has to be avoidance that's happening, and there is avoidance points, and that's where the fish comes into and out of swimming, or the pine cones kiss noses, the phase conjugation like Dan Winter talks about.
This is Maximilian Falsgraf's work, and it elaborates on the octaves of Walter Russell, how different gases and atomic compositions form different solids atomically. with radiative fields and compressive fields.
Almost there. Hold on.
Yeah, this is Cosmic. I'm really hopeful to convey that whole two-C couple concept as fundamental to that expansion and contraction that you're showing there. That in the one half.
Would you like me to show the 2C couple I made?
Awesome.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll do that.
I don't.
Sounds like
There's
industrial equipment.
that image that you were just on, Brighton, is the Ouroboros inside the Doherty set. You can see the Ouroboros, and that is really, really important. You can see that exists on every single level constantly. Chirality of both chiralities, yeah. And the consecutive toroidal nodes are the numbers of the number system. I'm actually driving with my friend that works from Google, and we're filling out the rest of the sheet of the toroidal topology. The numbers of how they nest inside of each other is all exponentials. So it's really cool to see the sheet of every single vibration and how it correlates to other higher dimensional vibrations, one after another. Somaticists I have to work with directly to show all of this, and I've been working with them for years, so and interviewing them as well.
The Ouroboros, the serpent bites its tail. It's also a circumpunctual symbol, which represents gold, or the golden wreath, or the crown of the head. And you are showing the head of the serpent and the tail of the serpent here as circumpunctual. Circumpunct means a circle, or a dot circumscribed with a circle, circumradius.
That's over there.
Yeah, there's the filaments and the nodes identified as each one of each other and how they consecutively braid into each other and feed into each other.
All right. Now that's a beautiful piece. Some occult knowledge behind it. Question, are these also toroidal filaments moving up a cone?
Yes, everything that you can see in the Doherty set is a conic section and how energy moves through conics. And that's just because waves move at the 120 degree, 60 degree ortho rotations. Ultimately, I mean, you're looking down the center of this is exactly the same as looking down any of the 12 rims. You look down the center of any of those 12 rims and it's identical to the looking down the center.
All right.
Yeah, I'm restarting my computer right now. Skype on my desktop is not wanting to join the call whatsoever. So I'm just quickly rebooting. And that's the beautiful thing about a solid state drive. They're quick to reboot.
So this piece here is showing some wave conjugation where a waveform has internested waveforms. You can see that the waveform is carried up and it has the option to double, or in this case, expand further to this point and come down, or it can come down on the first wavelet. So it quadruples or takes the first waveform, and in the second waveform it will either expand and double to the top of this wave, or it will come down at the half waveform. And these sections here, these hurricane hyperboloid structures, are the magnetic field in the electromagnetic spectrum here, where they are pushing and propagating the field upwards or downwards. You can kind of imagine these sections as the inside of the torus, where the torus comes around this biconical section here and this biconical section, and the waveform will follow in flow towards the center of the torus, and the torus will then have flux downwards. So it's flux inwards, flux downwards. This rotation rotates this way, circular, clockwise, and then this half of the torus rotates counterclockwise, because all the gravitational, or all the whole field is pushing it downwards. But as it starts here, the waveform is coming up along this bipyramid, and then it's going down the next one, because that is how the torus interacts here. And then it will come to the next wave filament, and it can even quadruple up here. And so this
Every time that it changes its field from phase to phase, every time it switches its phase, it reverses its wave field direction. So it has a and each one of these, one's going one direction, then you move up to the next level and it's going to the next dimension. But it's happening in what's the word? Counter rotating. Counter rotation happens. There's a counter rotation from the smaller ones to the larger ones. And if you see here, all the pillars, this is vortisphere. The vortisphere that Gabriel Kaliman talks about. If you look up Gabriel Kaliman's work, Brighton, then we'll look at the cymatics of deeper dimensionality of, he literally calls it vortex in the sphere, but I coined the word vortisphere as far as I understand. Actually, I got that from an ex-girlfriend of mine, Emily Infinity, so shout out to her. But it's the vortispheres. You could just look at his work all day long and how it has to do with the interactions of on an atomic and a larger scale too, for larger membranes like the heliosphere and things like that. Maximilian Fitzgerald wants to know if there's an active call, so yeah, he might join in. I think that was him anyway.
Yeah, we're getting deep in. We're getting complicated now. This is cool.
Here you can see the capsid shell of a virus with it and its icosahedral geometry. And the capsid shell, the capsid is a protein shell that covers and surrounds a virus and protects its inner nucleus. And they do often carry icosahedral or dodecahedral geometry. Some of them are like truncated icosahedrons or icosydodecahedrons. It's very fascinating to see that there is actually a Euclidean Platonic or even Archimedean formation in viruses. Same with the cellular division of the human body. It starts out as one which divides into two, and as it does that, it becomes a straight line, or the magnetic field. But it expands to be four, which becomes the square, or should I say tetrahedron, because the actual sphere packing of all those molecules are in a tetrahedral fashion. And as that doubles, it becomes the dual tetrahedron, or eight vertices. which would be either a Merkaba or a cube. And it will keep expanding into the next one would be the icosahedron.
Well,
Eight
I
and
think
16.
it's 12 vortices, counting the 2 poles, right?
It's 16.
If you look at this, that's the way that the wind works, the
Yeah,
convection
yes.
of atmospheric currents work right there.
On the Earth, yeah, this would be our magnetosphere. And here you can see the tail coming back on the end of it. And in the beginning is where the winds hit the Earth as it's spinning along and rotating along its axis. You'd even have the microfilament waveforms coming down upon the Earth, creating the aurora. Oh. It's fascinating to see how he's actually related this structure to trees in here as well, and other jellyfish, eggs. Yeah.
And that shape is what I refer to as heterodyning or heteromach. It's just repeating itself. As plasma, that's the names of what they are. Like if you look up that Brighton heteromach or heterodyne and you type in scientifically, he'll show you more of the science about this stuff too. Yeah, cylindrical number is as recursion. It is recursive and it's helical. And there's a certain code to it. There's a simple code that works up and down, in and out. Sort of like the Micro Rodin's idea of him mapping out one of his toruses. There's a bunch of ways that you can map out. You can map out the Doherty set and the helical cylindrical network of Birkeland currents using the exact same geometry, but with the Doherty set, the numbers are already there, the spheres are already there. They pinch, they touch, they max. I mean, they pinch, they touch, they make and create. You know, and we're in the hands of the sphere cutter. Ultimately, there's a hierarchical spear cutting going on, and how they branch and cut, and it's all bubbles, you know, these larger bubbles, bigger bubbles, smaller bubbles, and you know, and they all breathe, and the breathing is it's a little close, but the breathing is the compression and rarefaction of the system, and that usually always produces Lichtenberg figures, which is why we see Lichtenberg figures are a sign of life. And you see Lichtenberg figures in most systems of life and living organs and things like that, because it's a fossilized vestige of compression and rarefaction.
So these Lichtenberg figures map out how trees grow in mycelium networks, and if you take a look at Alex Gray's art, he shows how even our nervous system and our veins map out these Lichtenberg structures. You can see the mycelial network, which is actually our veins in this piece here on the monkey's face. This piece is really fascinating. It was actually a tribute to Terence McKenna's stoned ape theory. And here you're seeing a Machina elf. Let's see if I can pull up a better image of it.
Oh, you're looking up machine elves?
Yeah.
Alright. The past like 5 minutes trying to get my screen sharing to work. I think I figured it out. If there's any feedback, let me know.
Okay. So here it has one of the machine elves. Okay. Yeah, there we go. On top of a mushroom. Here he's holding a mushroom and it has a machine elf, and it's talking to the ape, who is starting to conceive symbols, letters, numbers, language, and he's pointing up to God, to the synesthesia, to the universal one. And he's starting to understand this electric and mycelial universe. It was a tribute to Terence McKenna and his stoned ape theory, where theory goes that monkeys saw mushrooms growing on the ground out of poop and said, okay, we'll try this as food. And they ate some, and they started to gain human-like traits, or traits that humans feature as healthy, important, strong, and good in a human, which are courage. They had courage, the lack of fear of death, they were compassionate, all these other features that come from taking psychedelic mushrooms. And so it pushed out the idea that apes ate mushrooms, and that is what turned us into more human-like beings. If you take a look at the pineal gland in the human brain, there is in the cerebral spinal fluid, there is MEO5 and NN-DMT production in the human body, which is a very similar compound to psilocybin. So there is actually quite a strong link to, are we perhaps origins of mushrooms? Is that what the human psyche and mind is? There's another piece by Alex Gray that I absolutely love. Oh, let's see. Flower.
Continuing with what you were saying, Brighton, that also adds to the panspermia theory because mushrooms are mycelial, can travel through space, and a comet were to have some sort of psychedelic mycelium on there, and it just was hurtling through space, it could theoretically seed other planets thousands and thousands of light years away.
Yeah, that makes sense. Paul Stamets talks about how in order for mushrooms, well, in order for plants to grow, you need mushrooms first because they break down hard carbon into soil that's actually usable for plants. And that would have to been the origin and first organisms on Earth. They would have to be mushrooms. And that's what would have allowed plants to then grow on Earth. These are absolutely incredible. Yeah, Alex Gray is a miracle worker when it comes to artwork. The
So
creator.
you're saying consciousness is cooperative, basically. That
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. If your electrons in your body were not cooperative between all systems of atomic dispersion, say your heart, your other organs, your liver, your kidney, your nasal cavity, your olfactory gland, all of this, if they're not cooperative with one another, uh, you're not going to be able to smell. You're not
well,
going to
it's a huge idea. I mean, obviously, the cooperative nature of consciousness is very powerful, and the alpha males are not going to like that.
I see consciousness as
That was a joke, by the way.
origin. That electrons are the actual origin of consciousness. They are what are conscious. They are what have, for the most part, somewhat of free will. And they work together to, as the energy system, to create action, smell, sensation in the human body. And that is a hard thing for a lot of people to conceive, that you're not a brain, but you're an amalgamation of electrons working together. There is no, your brain's just a shell.
And for mutual benefit, I mean, there's a motive there as well. It's a coexistence happening. In as far as the organisms that live within us, in driving us and in influencing us. And we have here in Portland I believe it's called swallows, and they come and they fly about, and there are chimneys that they fly into and out of, and the capacity of like 5,000 birds to be flying in the air like in a uniform fashion, creating literally sculptures in the sky with their cooperative mass, is one of the most profound things I've ever seen, because it really indicates just how powerful coordination and cooperation really are, and the capacity for for decision making within the context of a group is really profound in that species, because when 51% want to go in a direction, the other 49 follow, and each one at some point or another has the potential to lead the flock in a new direction. So there's an incredible amount of equality, equity, power sharing that's occurring, and a level of trust that is amongst them to be able to fly in these formations, which is it's inspiring. I think we have a lot to learn.
There's also that brought me to the concept of how ants they form bridges to get to different places, piling on top of one another. They can make liquid-like structures by the movement of their bodies, even though they're solid. Whoa! See, he pulled up a
Ants
bridge.
are metal. Ants are definitely metal.
That's crazy.
Actually, ants are extremely metal. They're hardcore.
Yeah.
Okay.
A pond? What the hell? That's a bit extreme. Probably walking on top of all their dead buddies, drowning friends. Maybe a flood came through their ant colony hill, and now they have to survive until they can get to land.
So actually what they do is they create pockets of air around them through surface tension, so they can actually capture air around them on the bottom.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, like the techno metal of what ants really are is ridiculous. There's a channel called Ant Nation on YouTube, and he's very theatrical about it, but he studies all different types of tropical ants, and he makes these enclosures for them, and his struggles in trying to capture and kind of take these dangerous fire ants from the Amazon and make them pets. It's really epic. His episodes are like 20 minutes long, but they're action packed. He really puts time into making it like a Discovery Channel show.
I love his work. I've seen a lot of his work on his channel, and it's incredible what he does.
Ant Nation?
You a feel of what the ants and what their life is like.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready, I finally got my computer working.
Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to share anytime.
Okay. So for Cosmic Sojourner, I'm gonna start with the 2C couple. Because I just have it right available. All right. Can everyone see?
Yeah, we can see.
Yes.
Cool. Glad this is working again. I don't know what happened. Okay. All right. Yeah. So this is the 2C couple. Let me go back to that. So it's just your standard sphere and a sphere, I guess. Cosmic can describe this much better than I can. But essentially it is... Come on, don't be a pain. There we go. It's essentially in 3D, so it's a full spheroid within and a spheroid. And you can see where it's actually touching the surface of it as it's rolling by.
It's a sweet animation.
From the front, this is what it looks like from another perspective. So there's that, and then yeah. So Brighton, you were asking about this earlier. So it's literally just a plane
Yeah,
with Buddy's drawing on there. And then
that's exactly how I thought you did it. But it's beautiful and it's very creative.
I just like this part where it like flashes real quick and then it gets absorbed again.
Mhm.
Yeah, so this is another one that I did, and I animated it. So originally they were all set at 45s, 45-degree angles against each other, but they're all pairs are counter-rotating against each other 360, and it creates these beautiful flapping. How do I describe it? Like the wings of it
Kind
are
of
almost.
touch each other and then they push back.
Yeah, it's when it comes back to a front perspective, you'll be able to see the flapping more, but it's interesting how the undulation of this actually works. I wasn't really expecting them to be this aesthetic. I thought it was going to be more symmetric as they were going against each other, and while this is symmetric, this is also kind of staggered in a way that makes it look like wings. I was really surprised at that. One thing about working with visual mathematics is like you can never really expect something because it's going to change your perspective.
Buddy, if you're there, you have been mentioning the wings of a bubble in cavitation.
Alright, so this is one that I found really fascinating. I used the hologram texture that I've been playing with lately, and what's fascinating about this, it's the same model as we saw before, just static. And you can see as they're going, it's like the tubes kind of flow with each other, and as
That is sweet. Don't you have the animation posted for this on a social forum?
all the different iterations prior to launching.
Beautiful.
So what's really cool about this is where you see these junction nodes, and you can see that the tubes on all all 8 of them kind of flow into each other, and it creates this almost like chutes and ladders. It's like tubes to fly through almost. I just imagine like black holes, like you enter in one black hole, you fly through, and then you come out another black hole, or wormholes or something. These look like tubes to fly through wormholes with.
Well, this comes back to Michael Evans' concept that there are no lines. And in the structure where you have tubes instead of lines, it brings it back to the 3rd dimension where there's actually a physical presence of it. Because in the 2nd dimension, there is no physical presence, because there's no depth. And in the 1st dimension, there is no height.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, well... One second.
Does anyone have any questions? Actually, I modeled this mesh in Fusion 360. Might as well just show you all this.
Whoa. Is that what you modeled?
No. That's the Fusion 360 dash screen. I'm loading up Fusion 360 right now. So this model, this was actually made in Fusion 360. Whereas
It's like an iris when you put it in the front view.
yeah, no, I was noticing that. I'm like, holy crap, it's an eye.
That's actually incredibly important to my ontology, guys. The nine is the eye. It's the axis of spin symmetry is through the eye.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, the all-seeing eye, right? That's all that really exists, guys. It's that third eye.
There's a fellow that makes some wonderful videos about the macrocosm and the electromagnetic spectrum of the universe, and his YouTube channel is See the Pattern. The photo for his icon is a galactic body that looks like an iris, looks like an eyeball.
Sure. You're talking about Gareth.
Garrett, yeah.
Yeah, Gareth. He's really cool. Really cool guy. So you're saying this structure wasn't intended to be similar or the same as the interior structure of the eyeball? Because it seems really similar to the interior of the eyeball.
I think that the structure of an eyeball comes out of certain geometric patterns that already exist in nature.
Right, of course.
Already exists in nature. I honestly believe that the eye just naturally took certain routes. Like
Yeah.
the way the light focuses, you can think of these as light path focusing. Like
Exactly.
it's fascinating how this works.
The evolution of the eye is pretty fascinating. I saw a computer graphic on the evolution of the eye from the simplest light detectors to the most complex sort of eyes that are found in insects. And the eye is actually it's evolutionary exemplary because we can really see how the eye developed over time from a very simple form that continued to be effective and was perfected in many different aspects. But the basic technology of seeing is quite well known, and those shapes are very indicative of how the eye takes in light and refracts it and sends it to the back of the cones and the rods in the back.
Somebody was asking about the texture on this, the geometric form that I have. Yeah, so that's just stylized. It's actually not anything insignificant. I took the mesh and I broke it down into something that looks kind of neat. And then I did its own texture that's illuminated, overlaid on top. So it's really...
You're experimenting with the organics. I like it.
Yeah, it's actually quite fun. Select. Why are you being a bitch? There we go. Like there's all different ways of playing with the mesh. Oh, and here it explodes. Yeah. If anyone wants to see other stuff, I've got other stuff. If not, I will give the screen back. Oh, show and tell, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is something I'm making for Dr. Seufer's film course. Come on, That was a test. Yeah, so he's doing a course called World War II History Through the Eyes of Individual Tragedy.
Mm.
3 stories of individual tragedy. So because we're in quarantine and the school is still social distancing, I've made a bunch of little living rooms and a projector, and yeah, I'm just cycling through the movies here. And then there's the Durer's Solid as a lamp. I don't know if anyone saw that. Right, there's a Durer's lamp.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I have something to pull up.
Cool. Let me hand it back.
All right.
All right. Should be all yours.
Thank you for sharing. That was wonderful, and it's incredible to see that you've been putting together these solids on the Dougherty set. Also, creating all these different animations. Really good.
Did you want me to show the Dougherty set? I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll come
Okay,
back.
yeah.
Or
When we come back to that, let me know. I'm glad I got my computer working again, so.
Let's see. Should have the animation on here. You got to do some desktop cleaning, but it's yeah, right here. So this is animation of a torus, and it shows the geometry of the toroidal structure and how there's actually a mandalic property to its central structure as you expand out.
Very kinetic.
And so it's very fascinating to see how inside of the torus there are certain structures that you would not expect. Like here, right around here, there's almost a spike coming off, and extending from that spike are these waveforms that are extending outwards. At different angles, you get different effects. And it always brings me back to the concept of the impossible triangle, Penrose's impossible triangle, which is seen in a lot of how am I forgetting his name? Yeah,
Escher.
MC Escher. Yes, thank you.
I'm actually
MC Escher, and there's an artist that's recently taken this concept and put it into a torus in a certain perspective. So let me see if I can pull up some of that work. But his impossible stairway is also based on a hexagonal grid. All of these are drawn from a hexagonal grid, as can be seen here. And this is called hex-kish tiling. That's spelled hex-kish tile, like that, I believe. Oh, well, it's close to that. Now, let's see if I can pull up, his name is Rigolo Bizzi. And he has a few different animations of these solids, but it's showing impossible geometry overlaid with MC Escher tilings. And the tessellation, rotation, nature, and how different angles can create impossible geometry. Here is actually projected on a torus, impossible geometry. And there's some of these that are extremely fascinating with the impossible triangle projected onto a torus, which I'm looking for right now. Well, again, on a hyperbolic structure, impossible geometry. And here you can see that this is a repetition of circles going down a field, but he's still treating these irregular rhombi as two triangles together in a hexagonal system. And he's still drawing as if it's the same principle with the triangles. And that's how he's been able to create this impossible geometry that's extremely fascinating and extraordinary. Well, houses living on a torus. Yeah, he's been doing some of these pieces recently, and they're just incredible. Here's another one on a toroidal structure with some impossible geometry as an actual weaving belt. And another weaving belt on a torus with impossible geometry. And you can see he's taken the center of a circle, and in order to create this geometry, what he's done is he's taken, at this point here, say, he's drawn a circumradius. And the exterior of every circle extends, so the length of the circle, this circle right here, it's hard for me to pull up. I might as well take a screenshot and, oh, this is much better representation. Okay, so here you can actually see where the circles begin and end. And I might as well take a photo so I can pull this up exactly what I'm saying, which is how to draw that nature of the torus and the fascinating property with simple geometry, where you take a circle and what you do is you tessellate it and you rotate it around. So there's one of the circles in the black right here, and what he's done is he's then moved that down here and moved that down here. And the center of geometry is at the center of this circle. That's where he's rotating this circle from. But it does accurately create a toroidal structure. And then on these strange but strange skew rhombus, he's divided them in half and turned them into triangles. So here we can actually see a very skew hexagon, if I can pull this up. Yeah, and so here is where the hexagon is, and this is how he's taken the structures of regular impossible geometry and expanded them to be hyperbolic by dividing those bipyramidal sections into triangles. And there is that skew hexagon right there.
And Abyssal in my model, that hexagon is that 2C couple is what expands the hexagon from a 2D hexagon into the cubic form in both directions from center out through the vertex, right? The corner to corner vertices.
Okay. So corner to corner vertices of the hexagon or the circle?
So the Star of David, right, has that hexagon in the center of it. Without the Y in the center of it, you don't see the cubic structure. But that's essentially where the seventh day of creation is in the center of that. But I'm saying in terms of this model that Faraday's working on, the 2C couple is really what expands that 2D geometry into a cube. And so you kind of have to look at it like a cube in isometric view, right? You're looking at the corner to corner. And so it's aligned across that square root of 3 across a unit cube, which is coincident with the Vesica Pisces of 2 unit circles, a unit cube. They both have that square root of 3 in common.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you take the Star of David, and it third dimensionally is a cube.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Or you can also see this structure as 3 transversal planes. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the trefoil, right?
Yeah, the icosahedron is also drawn with 3 transversal planes, with all embedded at a 5:1 ratio.
Yeah. Yeah, that icosahedron is the what I've been sharing with Faraday in terms of the motion through the vector equilibrium flux through parabolic curves of how that geometry of the octahedron, that in the transition from the octahedron into the vector equilibrium, it transitions through icosahedral to dodecahedral, back through icosahedral to go back into the cubic structure, and then goes through itself. But those also I'm seeing as, in terms of that 42-degree angle, which I haven't really resolved yet. But it is the expansion and contraction. That 2C couple is what's pulling that cube from the hexagon into cubic form. But also in the center of that is the chestahedron, and those 3 planes that you're talking about are coincident with the edges of the chestahedron, the top edges of the kites that orient them, but they're all spinning around. And what Faraday's shown so far is awesome, but in terms of putting it in 3 dimensions, and it's going to be tremendous.
Mm-hmm. Lots more work that needs to be done.
Yeah.
Always.
Is there any of this that you have that you can share, Faraday?
The 2C couple animation he's talking about, the icosahedron, dodecahedron back to cube.
Yeah, have you drafted the solids in those spheroidal structures?
No, I haven't yet. I easily could. I don't know. I might actually do that while we're talking.
All right. Well, this here is a diagram that shows how third-dimensional honeycombs, third-dimensional structures, which goes back to that torus. Third-dimensional structures can actually be seen through a second-dimensional grid at certain projections, and in this case it's isometric projection, but it shows the cube octahedral honeycomb in strict to this hexagonal tiling. If you take a look at what this hexagonal tiling is in the third dimension with actually watching an animation of it, you can see that it's not hexagonal at all. Those are all square roots. It's the square root 5, square root 2, and side length 1. but it's an animation showing how this honeycomb is still strict to the tiling pattern. And that makes a loud statement that when we take a look at fourth dimensional structures, we might be able to understand them through projections, very certain lenses on lens perspectives on what honeycombs are in the third dimension. So by understanding a cuboctahedral honeycomb in the third dimension, we can see what a cuboctahedral like honeycomb in the fourth dimension would look like, or the fifth, or the sixth, or higher. And that takes it back to the quasi-crystalline nature and how we are projecting higher dimensions down to lower dimensions. It is through this nature. And if we take a look at, there are higher dimensional torus. So if I pull up a fourth dimensional torus. Yeah, let's see if there's a video on here. And we begin to conceive that kind of tiling that is impossible tiling on a fourth or higher dimensional torus. It can be projected back to the third dimension through very certain projections, very certain lenses. In fact, those hyperbolic geometries seen in Rigolo's work can return to a strict Euclidean grid if we apply a certain lens. In that case, it would be a fishhook lens, and it would be oblong in the center of the lens, where the center of the lens pushes and distorts the image outwards, and the outside of the lens distorts the image inwards. But it would allow that structure to actually come back to a Euclidean tiling just like this. I think that how we see, it makes a loud statement of what the universe is to us. Because if you see differently, then how you interact with the universe is different. If your eyes were a fishhook lens, then interacting with the table would be far more around. It would surround you.
And what we're interpreting when we're looking and seeing reality, we actually invert our interpretation before as we're seeing. So everything's more like a cluster. But at least I believe it's inverted and pole changed. The poles and it inverts and it changes the poles and hemispheres of your brain as you're interpreting.
Perfect. Okay, so with the clusters, there's an electromagnetic field cluster. If we take this eyeball and this magnet structure here, there's a concept that magnets can see, that magnetic fields are a different perspective. They have their own perspective of the universe. And these are side by side. I'll just take this structure right here. Quick and easy. And put it right over the top so you can see what I'm talking about. And so imagine if magnets, their poles were literally eyes that could see, and how they saw was an extreme fishhook lens that pulled their sight outwards all around, even to the very back of itself. It's like an eyeball being able to see itself.
Cool idea.
Yeah, it's
So
actually something that I've been working on modeling for quite a while. The sight path would keep going around here, you know, where you're actually seeing, and so it it's a concept that I wanted to share about these toroidal structures, because a magnet is a torus. A bar magnet is a torus. And we can conceive what it would be like to see as a torus, or to see as a bipyramid, or to see, as strange as that is, yeah, it's still a concept that we can put out there. So long as it has a transversal nature, we can apply optics to the construct.
some interesting implications for data collection, for sure. it's amazing to imagine that we could see and then collect what we see from that perspective.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and yeah, if you take, as I was just saying, if you take certain optics, and I should pull it up so you can actually see what I'm talking about, because just talking about it doesn't make sense. We always need visuals to associate. So I'll go back to I'll go back here and I'll search Rigolo. Oh, go low 54. Okay, now his structures inside of these torus shells, and I'm still looking for the perfect one with he has one that's just absolutely mind-boggling, but I'm not seeing it along here, not yet at least. Okay, well, I mean, they're all mind-boggling, yeah, but we'll use this one, for example, and there you have the impossible triangle, and if I pull up impossible triangle grid, here's a grid that's a Euclidean grid of the impossible triangle, and it just looks like hexagons that are slightly shaded. Let's see, it was probably a better image, but well, this one might do better. Okay, so you can take this structure right here, and you apply a certain lens to it, where the lens on the outside here is pushing inwards, and on the inside is pushing this image outwards. Then this tiling, the structure of those rhombus in here become more acute, and the ones here become more obtuse, making the structure possible to turn back into a regular tiling just like this. Of course, the circles in the structure that make the torus would be extremely distorted to more of an ovalish structure, but the overall circle would remain, actually it would turn more hexagonal. Because it takes certain lenses to do this with. And it's a concept where if we apply different lenses to the third dimension, and they might even be toroidal lenses, but we apply those toroidal lenses to third dimensional honeycombs and structures, we could indeed see what it looks like through the fourth dimension, into the fourth dimension, you know, where it creates such a wide spectrum where you can see all 360 degrees around you, so that you don't need to raise it into a higher dimension to actually show a projection of the solid. And that's the concept where objects will not be phasing through themselves anymore. It will actually look like a fluid dynamic structure. A fourth dimensional torus will look pretty regular. In fact, I really look forward to games created with this kind of concept, where your lens and your perspective is not normal to a human's eyeball, but it is extended. Here we're seeing some of Buddy James' Dougherty set, and it's a very beautiful principle to see the Vesca Pisces and internested circular structures, how they can map out a field of propagation. We even see right here, as between these circles, that there is a radiative hurricane or torus, because these two circles are a side view of the torus, and that's one torus. And so the energy radiates inwards and then pushes outwards. And the waveform grabs onto each circle and goes underneath, and it could even quadruple here. And then it could half or quarter itself into a smaller wavelet form. Or it could start as a larger waveform and extend further. And a point to make is that these waveforms are not always regular. This field can be distorted. It can be pushed in this way or pushed down to make the torus tighter or looser, but the field is not always regular. However, the bipyramidal sections always, the peaks of them are at the peaks of these circular toroidal sections. The biconical section always touches the peak of the torus, and it's all transversal. As for aerodynamics, has anyone seen the bending of an arrow and how it flies through the air?
Yes, I have.
See if we can find a crisp video of the arrow actually bending. I'm not seeing it here, but it bends through the air. Oh yeah, you see the bend there. And that keeps it straight. It's wobble. This brings us back to Widder-Begung structures. Wagung. Zitterby-Wigung structures, where the polarity is actually what keeps something moving straight in a structure like this. And this is where the sun and the earth would be orbiting, and the moon would be orbiting the earth. And we can see these structures in space, but it also applies to smaller scales. For example, an arrow. Or even much, much smaller scales, for example, an electromagnetic field or waveform, where you can see that the rotation of this polarity is moving clockwise in this case, as it's being propelled forward. And this would be what was going along the wood grain in a Liptenberg figure. This would be what is going on down a lightning strike that's going to hit the Earth as it's crashing down. There is a rotation in the electric field through that lightning bolt. And fascinating in electricity is that the rotation of the field is actually hexagonal. It's not square like this. There's also another tiling that it can be, which is slightly square, but it's irregular. But it's usually hexagonal as a lightning bolt is coming down, and a rotation of the polarity.
I'd love to speak on that. And back in terms of the 2C couple and yin yang that are counter rotating and transforming this from a linear geometry to a curved geometry. In terms of that, again, alternating in and out. But this counter rotation against each other, when I show the 2C couple, really what that is yin yang. There's actually two spheres in there that are rolling around inside there that are counter rotating against each other, which I'm seeing here in this geometry, although it's linear, right? I think we always need to when you see a line, try and make it a curve, and circles or spheres, to go beyond the information that's presented in 2 dimensions. But yeah, this is loving it. Just consistency.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. Yang. Yeah, here we are, the 2C couple. As they perfectly nest and fall right back into one another.
Yeah, and that's in the center of my model too, with the chestahedron. The base is as it expands open. The center of the base is the center of that circle that's going in and out.
Now, this is an absolutely beautiful animation showing transversal waveforms. You can actually see the white or the black as the wave. Although it would not be just rotating, it would also be moving forwards as it's rotating.
Right.
The white is like electric and the black is magnetic.
That's exactly what it is. It's electric expansion, magnetic compression. I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said that's assuming that the wave is moving. If it's sitting in one place, it would just
even
do that.
standing waves are moving.
Yeah, it's a standing wave is what it is. All of this is standing waves. That's what everything that's happening inside that cubic structure is a standing wave. That
waves are always moving. Do you have a different concept on that, Faraday? Are they not always moving?
It's something I'm working on.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see that in terms of the tetronics and the distinction between mass and matter in 2D is not moving, right? It doesn't move until the thought form is created, and that's the role that we play in all of this in our pineal glands.
Is there some of your concept that you can share, Faraday, about how waves are not moving? That's very, very fascinating.
Well, so we only see it as moving in the 3rd dimension. That's just something that we see, but that doesn't necessarily carry over to other types of dimensionality. For example, like a 4D solid, as you rotate it, can disappear and reappear just by rotating it through the 4th or 5th dimension. Mm-hmm. So I'm not entirely sure if standing waves can exist as a singularity without movement in the 3rd dimension, but it's conceptual that it could exist as just a singularity of a wave perturbation in its entirety as a single unit in a higher form. Now, obviously, that's just conjecture. I obviously don't have the mathematics to back that up, but
So
I'm
a
not
guitar
really seeing reality.
If I pluck a guitar string, sorry to cut you off, I just wanted to ask this question. If I pluck a guitar string, if I was looking at that in a higher dimension, it could be a straight line.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah. And like, for example, when you pluck a guitar string, it's not physically moving in a Newtonian sense. It's stuck on so that wave, while it is going up and down the wire, the entirety of that wave is held within the singularity of the wire itself. So that wire, even though it's got waves moving within it, can be considered one unit.
Okay.
Obviously, like, not all theories are good theories. It's just something that's been playing around in my head. But the guitar string was a great example.
Right. Most waveforms, unless we're talking about guitar strings or actual strings, are a particle density. They show where there is a propagation field, more like a force field pushing out, and they're actually third-dimensional constructs instead of second-dimensional, even though a guitar string's not second-dimensional. But it's if you get the concept where it's a sphere that's pushing outwards and having numeral generative forces that actually push it outwards. So let's see. Particle.
Are you teleology?
Teleology?
Teleology? Is anyone like familiar with ontology and teleology in particular? So essentially teleology it goes similar to Plato's allegory of the cave. It came around in the same era, but teleology is the striving for perfection. And with Plato's allegory of the cave, that's known as the realm of the form. So like a tree is not perfect. Trees in the third dimension are not perfect. They've got imperfections, they've got situational stresses, they've got all these things that create a tree with all of its normal characteristics. Teleology.
Is this the concept where it says that the combination of all trees is the ultimate tree, or that there is an ultimate tree somewhere that all trees come from?
It's the archetype from which all trees come from. So like if there is a data in the ether or in the Akashic record or the subspace of the universe, that is the data of what all trees strive to be in its perfection. And then in the actual reality, the trees are striving to get there, and each tree has an opportunity to reach its optimal perfection. That's kind of where I was going with the singularity of a waveform, is its perfected form in a higher dimension, and we're just experiencing a lesser form of it in these dimensions through wave conjugations and through different perturbations and forces that are exerted.
I got it right here.
Yeah, when you hear me talking about numbers, that's when I say the nest, the four nests is the kind of thing. So what Faraday's speaking to is a tree nest, right? In terms of archetypes.
It makes sense to me that all trees are or that their origin is attempting to be a fractal, a perfect fractal, but they break from that because there are forces that work against the tree's desire of how it wants to grow. And so there's example of a structure that's almost perfect is a Romanesco. You can actually see the geometry because it's very stable, very strong in its growth and its cellular structure. But there's still principles in the Romanesco that are irregular. and the concept here is that all trees are trying to go back to fractal in nature. But I must state that I think that there is an infinite amount of fractals.
There
Every
are.
tree tries to find its fractal, but every species of tree has its own fractal. There's not one fractal that everything is in this universe. For example, a human and a cat don't come from the same fractal, the divine fractal. They come from two different divine fractals.
Yeah, and I would add that at a higher level, that's what we're all doing too. Is we're trying to achieve the perfection of the Creator, and all of these things. Also, the tree is also trying to perfect the tree, but once it does that, it comes into higher forms of life and perfects that next higher life, all the way through to humanness.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like, there's an archetype for cats, humans, trees, the weeds on the side of the road. All of them have their own teleological fractal that they all abide by and all strive for perfection. And just like what you were saying, Sojourner, like every life you come back and you try again to get more perfection.
Yeah. And you never get there. That's the beauty.
Nope, because perfection in the third dimension, just a concept.
Into that.
Yeah. Well, it's the principle of parallel lines and perspective.
Mathematically, we're getting closest to understanding the divine, and if we apply mathematical perfection to the human body using perhaps electric or magnetic fields to change how the body grows and the structure that it becomes, or let's say you walk into, imagine this as future medicine. You walk into, or you lie down in a body fixer machine, and every morning or every night when you sleep, you lie down in this machine and it adjusts your body to be in perfect proportion to the divine ratios. And you get out of that machine, which has stretched your body electromagnetically, and you are in divine ratio. That might be where future medicine is leading us, and the purity of mathematics.
Oh boy, Brighton, you are right on the nose. Yeah, there's some new technology coming out that's specifically designed to optimize what you just talked about.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think Leonardo da Vinci's drawing of man is the we can get to understanding the perfect proportions of man thus far.
Can I offer an alternate perspective?
Absolutely.
I don't think that I bristle sometimes. Like I get a feeling like that it's just against my. Just I don't know. I'm trying to describe a reaction, but I don't think I can do it. My intellectually, I think that art and beauty and everything that is worth my attention exists in the exceptions, not in the rules. The rules we play by are standardized, and you guys are great at discovering these amazing sort of rules that we sort of live by, and the potential for those rules and the diversity of those rules is infinite, and it's amazing. But when as an artist, I look for the exception. I look for the derivation, the anomaly, the variety, the unexpected outcropping is what fascinates me, and I think what propels us as a species, as life. It's discovering the potential for an alternative that gives us the diversity and the stability to evolve or to grow. I am not interested in perfection. I'm interested in the expressions of perfection through the lens of individuality.
Yeah. I guess it makes sense that as we try to break the rules of nature or the irregularities, it brings it back to the extremities of our features are what define us. You cannot define something by anything except for its features, its extremities, and all of those are originated by form, which is a spatial occupation. Now, and that is the composition of atoms and the spatial orientation, how far apart or how close they are, what defines what structure we are. If you have a long nose, that defines you. If you're a character that drinks beer at 2 o'clock, that is a feature that defines you. Yeah, like whatever it is, you're naughty or you're nice. You're this or you're that. And being able to break free and define and create your own character is necessary. Without that, we'd all be exactly identical. And there's this one story that I was reading a while ago, and it's a concept that if everyone was taught mathematics, and or say that the world could be made out of one person, you got the smartest mathematician, you got the smartest physicist, you got the smartest microbiologist, and all the smartest astrophysicists all in the same room, okay? And they have a talk about who should everyone be in the world. And they all have to be one person. They all have to be the same person. And they recognize that, and you can kind of see this in a story like BioShock, where it turns to hell, it turns to anarchy in a bad way. Where if everyone was the same person and there was no diversity, you don't have, there's no such thing as genius anymore. Einstein, if everyone did the same mathematics as Einstein, there's no such thing as genius anymore. That's why this concept of schooling is really horrendous, where everyone has to do the exact same and come out cookie cutter style. It does not create a smart world. It creates a stupid world. It creates stupid.
A captive mind.
Humans have to be able to decide what they want to do out of their own free will and then spend their time on it.
Right. So one of the things that is amazing is that, you know, what so many of you are doing is you're discovering the language of the universe and the various languages of the universe, and the dialects are infinite, right? And I guess what I sort of like quietly sit back and listen and think to myself is, yes, they are learning the language of the universe, and this is amazing. And my mind, once again, every Saturday is blown. But with that language, you must write poetry. Like you must, you know, like the next step once we get the language is to use it to write, and that's the creative process. And I struggle sometimes because I wonder, do we get so enamored with our discovery of the language that we forget the purpose of the language is to communicate and to document and to articulate the stories of the universe in a way that's that only we can. That's what makes us amazing and special. It's the story. It's the putting those words together into a cohesive narrative that then becomes what brings men to tears, and, you know, like the great glories of humanity all happen within the story that's told. So I struggle with the idea, and that's why when we see the geometric forms that you guys produce, I think, yes, but I want to see them function organically within the context of like fluctuations and moving about, like I would see a cell do. And I think it's important that we remember that the language isn't the same as the story.
The map is not the terrain.
Absolutely.
Yes, the map is not the terrain. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I think that it's really important that we, at a fundamental level, have an understanding of what linguistics are and language, and why we have antonym, synonym, homonym, contronyms in our tool that we communicate with, because that's a big problem. That is Babylonian. We're still babbling, people, in terms of how we communicate with this broken language, in my opinion.
The Tower of Babel. There's a company named Babel that teaches language.
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious.
Well, if you
because
study
It's-
neurolinguistic
yeah.
programming,
Spanish, it teaches
Now
all these
you're onto it.
It's hilarious because the Tower of Babel, when the lightning struck and it broke everyone's language apart and no one could speak to anyone else anymore.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's what created the cultures of China and other cultures. I'm seeing one of Buddy's structures right here. The nesting of the tower. Oh, that's sweet.
That's
Yeah.
the Tower of Babel.
Well,
So they did to the Twin
there's a
Towers, didn't
structure
they?
of Buddy's that reminds me of the Tower of Babel, actually. If I can pull it up. Let's
I
see.
think that's
I'm
important.
actually not too familiar with the Tower of Babel.
That's what they did to the Twin Towers. They merged them. That's a binding, right? That's what 3 and 6 do with 9.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what religion does to souls.
The Tower of Babel. There's a piece in here that Buddy has that shows the Tower of Babel that is remarkable, but it also shows Birkeland currents and nested structures of the wave filaments. If I can find it in here. It'd be really sweet if there was a place where all of this work was kept collectively. The Dougherty Set on Facebook group has a lot of this work, but it needs to be updated with a lot the rest of the work, because you can't find everything there. Oh, here we are. Okay, and so if you take a look at here's a great example of this carrot. Cut in half. Okay, so if you look at that, you can see that there are nesting structures where the cellular structure has changed. There's 2 that are really strong in here, but there's also more layers where the structure has changed. And what you have are these iris-like structures coming up from the carrot. You can see it looks like an eyeball. Carrots actually help with your eyesight. Fascinating enough. And so as we go ahead and take a carrot, for example, or to a tree, or the rings in a tree, tree rings. Here's another great example of this kind of construct. Voila. Voila. That's beautiful. That's absolutely gorgeous. And there's an animation of it. And here's some with a crack in it. Gorgeous crack. Now, we see that in Buddy's structures back here, where it has the first circle and then it extends and it creates the next structure and it creates the next structure and the next structure, and these are all nested inside one another. Another example of how this is if I can find it. I might have to go to my website to pull it up. No. Because this would be the fastest way to find it. Let's see. In the images file right here. Yeah, and so here's another structure of this, and this is in fascia. And you see that the fascia comes out and surrounds the muscle tissue, and then it creates these pockets. And these pockets have towers upon towers of fascia that surround muscle pockets, of towers that surround muscle pockets, of towers that surround muscle pockets. And those towers are all made out of a fascia wall, like a fascia brick castle wall. And then it goes into the inner fibers, which is this network of the fascia, and that's what the brick wall is made out of. That's what the inside of the brick wall is made out of. This is the concrete that the bricks are made out of. Elastin, collagen, yeah. And that is also Buddy's structure here. It's the Tower of Babel. I see the Tower of Babel not as a construct that humans built, but rather as a construct of God. Well, the concept that everything in nature is reaching out to be its best, be godlike, be divine, bringing it back to what you were saying about Plato's allegory that we are all derived from something that is perfect.
Plato's realm of the forms, or teleology?
Teleology, okay. Now, this is teleology, where you're seeing this tower-like structure in cellular structures with fascia and trees and other organisms. And we're also seeing it in how we build skyscrapers. Yeah, we're seeing it in how we build skyscrapers right there, this one on the end. And that's the Tower of Babel. I see it as instead of just man trying to reach to godlyhood, I see it as every structure in the world trying to achieve a perfect divine equilibrium in its own growth, down to the smallest, most nano detail that it can, the very peak, the epiphysis of the tower. Someone's playing music in the background.
Yeah, I don't know why that just started.
Okay. Buildings are absolutely, it's phenomenal that we've been able to build such incredible structures. What the heck is that?
Oh,
See,
it's a diagonal
it's a real
tower.
building.
I've seen those before.
See, I think that skyscrapers and these structures that we create are not an attempt at perfection. I think that they are defiance. I think they're an attempt at defiance. I don't see them as attempting to be perfect. I see them as attempting to fight against the existence of what we know to achieve what we want.
I love that you're
I guess I'm anti-perfection. I don't know. It's the word kind of bristles me.
Well, no. To speak on that, I'm actually not a big fan of perfection. Like, perfection's wonderful, and it's something that is innate in all of us. However, perfection's not where character comes from. Perfection's not where real beauty comes from. The Japanese have a term called wabi-sabi, which
They
literally
certainly do. Yes. Tell us.
Yeah, and wabi-sabi is essentially where the imperfections make it perfect. Because perfection in and of itself, while it's great, it's characterless. There's no defining speciality to it. Like, a beautiful person without a beautiful mind is just a shell. And wabi-sabi, yep. Yep, kintsugi is so absolutely wonderful. I actually used to do this with my pots, copper and resin inlay. They use gold, but obviously gold's expensive. But yeah, I just think that perfection is existing in nature, but that doesn't necessarily make it perfect. It makes it beautiful, but there's also much beauty in imperfection. So it's that duality of both exist and both are wonderful. And some focus on one, some focus on the other. I kind of like to focus on both. Most people can't see the imperfections in my work except me. And they think it's perfect, and I see the imperfection, but they're both just as beautiful.
By the same token, Native Americans they may still do this in Mexico and in New Mexico and in Arizona, where they make blankets. They always leave out a thread, and this is an opportunity for a spiritual opportunity for for various things. But the concept is that there's this inherent imperfection that is planned and is implemented and as executed within the context of the blanket is even a kind of a step above the sort of the Asian aesthetic, which is you take something broken and you repair it, and the repair is more beautiful than the bowl. These ideas are cross-cultural.
It's also something that we need to focus into our own lives. If you're comfortable, if you're finally comfortable, get the hell out of there. That's not where you need to be. You need to be uncomfortable. Why? So that you can prove yourself, so you can rate yourself, so that you can make yourself full, more character. Yeah.
Yeah. The comfort is the death of a growing man or a growing human. It's the death of comfort does not do anything but stagnate.
Yeah. Well, it's really nice having an office and having surround sound or making your environment, your actual workspace comfortable. But you can't just enjoy that workspace and slack off. What you need to do is you need to push your boundaries. You need to push your animating skill boundaries. You need to push your music creativity boundaries in that office, in that space where you have the ability to scan artworks, print stuff, make stuff look beautiful. You need to actually be working on stuff all the time and working on new stuff, learning new techniques. Because if you always repeat the same techniques, you're dead. There's no character anymore. It's gone.
I agree.
With sculpting, with anything.
Mind the gaps. The exceptions
Yeah,
are.
I'd like to speak on the perfection angle in terms of the Fibonacci sequence in Phi, and where the 12ness really holds prominence is the 12th term of the Fibonacci sequence, which is 144. That Phi, the value that we use in all of our physics, 1.618, is going through the attenuation of Phi through those 12 terms. It's not Phi until that 12th term. That 12th term is the first term with 3 numbers, first term that's a square, and it is 12 squared, and the first term that has a sigma of 9. But that's not, Phi is not Phi, and that's why nature, when it starts out, like with shell development, you always see that it starts out rough, right? And that's the path that we're all on as well through the fool's journey of the 12 signs of the zodiac. It's alchemical transmutation through suffering, essentially. And you guys are speaking to that in terms of, if you're comfortable, there's no opportunity for growth and comfort, right? And that's why we're here in the first place. Is comfort is at center, and that's where source is, but no growth occurs at center. The growth only occurs through polarization and duality. That we hold contrast, and that's what provides the contrast is separating unity from itself into two halves, right? And this is where I'm coming from with the one half, and why the 2C couple is so important in my ontology, is that's the fundamental one half, where, you know, and the whole prime side of that, whether 2 is a prime number or not, it fascinates me. But yeah, that's where I'm at with perfection. Perfection is that Fibonacci sequence never ends, and it's always a refinement in cycles of 12. Fundamentally, I mean, there's cycles within cycles, of course, but that 12ness is that maturation point. It's why we graduate high school in the 12th grade. The 12ness is really important in terms of all development. That was all.
12 is a very stable number.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's based in when I'm doing the 5 and the 7, it's fundamentally the 5 and the 7 through 5-fold symmetry and the 7 tones and 7 hues of creation. But I mean, it's a lot of things, so it's not just one thing in terms of how the numbers play out and how they combine to represent hue. Really, that's all that really addition is adding numbers, is adding frequencies, and what you come up with in terms of numerology, the sigma is essentially a final wave.
Hey, good, how are you?
Does anyone remember the name of that artist that created these kind of structures at the beginning of this video? It was let's see.
Look at all that porn.
Yeah, I'm also having questions lately about the nature of phi itself, as it relates to different spirals that, in terms of the nature of reality, whether it's plays a role in how we're not living our birthrights. And perhaps it's a cyclical thing too, you know, in terms of the 4 seasons of creation. When the fall of man happens again, that maybe that's part of how it happens, is we break out of that now into nature's spirals and not phi spirals, and then fall back into that in terms of cycles.
In cycles.
And when I speak about this, it's kind of in reference to the occult, right? All this stuff that, you know, as a noetic archaeologist, all this hidden stuff, that why does it need to be hidden? You know, and there's a reason why it needs to be hidden.
God, I'm blanking on the song name, but A Perfect Circle has lyrics that basically express what you're talking about.
Yeah, music is powerful, man. I get so much from decoding, not just lyrics, but dance, everything. I mean, it's the creative aspect of the human being is really important, because that's what spirit works through. That's how spirit creates, right? Is through our imaginations and our creative capacities, and that's why those are being destroyed through technology. My children in their devices, you know, it's sucking their imaginations. They're not really using them. They're consuming art instead of creating art.
You're gonna love this. So the song name is called The Hollow.
We'll check it out.
It's really good. Yeah, you're gonna love it.
The Hollow?
Yeah, The Hollow by A Perfect Circle.
See, I've been out of touch with music for a long time. Time to get back into it, as it's transitioning back to 432.
You would like maybe James Keenan, the frontman for Tool, A Perfect Circle, Pussifer. They They talk about, well, actually, his music is always based off of Phi and Fibonacci.
Oh, this is good stuff.
Oh yeah, dude, this song is awesome. But I've got the lyrics in my hand. So this is based off of like a little bit of sexuality, but it's he literally says, falling all around in cycles, in circles, constantly consuming, conquer and devour. But the tone of it and the cadence of it, it is within the Fibonacci cadence. So they've got a couple songs that are within Fibonacci.
Yeah, this is a musical reality, guys, and that's why music is so incredibly important in terms of how it's tuned.
Doctor,
Yeah, man.
if you've ever read the book that Burning Man is based off of, Doctor, no. Let's see, something about success, thriving. Let's see. Oh, the places you'll go. Yeah, has anyone heard this? Seen or the cover for it?
Is that the Dr. Seuss book, Oh, the Places You'll Go?
Oh, the places you'll go. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. I wasn't looking at the screen.
Well, now this was always
amazing.
really trippy to me because I'm seeing this character on top of a pillar but it feels like he's the end of a pencil at the sketch, or that he's the center of a torus.
He is. We all are. That's all that really exists in my ontology is a point of perception. That's all that any of this is a points of perception. And then perception projection of we project the objective reality through our subjective truths.
Yeah. See if I can pull this one up.
Congratulations.
Today is your day.
You're off to great places. You're off and away.
You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself in any direction you choose.
You're on your own, and you know what you know. And you are the guy who will decide where to go.
You'll look up and down streets, look them over with care. But some you will say, I don't choose to go there. With your head full of brains and your shoes full of feet, you're too smart to go down a not so good street.
And you may not find any you want to go down. In that case, of course, you'll head straight out of town. It's opener there in the wide open air.
Out there, things can happen.
And frequently do.
To people as brainy and footsie as you. When things start to happen, don't worry, don't stew, just go right along, you'll start happening too. Oh, the places you'll go! You'll be on your way up. You'll be seeing great sights. And you'll join the high flyers who soar to high heights.
You won't lag behind because you'll have all the speed. You'll pass the whole gang and you'll soon take the lead. Wherever you fly, you'll be the best of the best. Wherever you go, you'll top all the rest.
Except when you don't.
Because sometimes you won't.
I am sorry to say so, but sadly it is true that bang-ups and hang-ups can happen to you.
You can get all hung up in a prickly perch, and your gang will fly on. You'll be left in a lurch.
You'll come down from the lurch with an unpleasant bump. And the chances are then
that you'll be in a slump.
When you're in a slump, you're not in for much fun. Unslumping yourself is not easily done. You will come to a place where the streets are not marked. Some windows are lighted, but mostly they're dark. A place you could sprain both your elbow and chin. Do you dare to stay out? Do you dare to go in? How much can you lose? How much can you win?
And if you go in, should you turn left or right? Or right and 3/4? Or maybe not quite? Or go around back and sneak in from behind? Simple it's not, I'm afraid you will find. For a mind maker upper to make up her mind.
You can get so confused that you'll start to race down long-wheeled roads at a breaknecking pace and grind on for miles across weirdish wild space, headed I fear towards a most useless place.
The waiting place, where people just waiting.
Waiting for a train to go, or a bus to come, or a plane to go. Or the mail to come, or the rain to go, or the phone to ring. Or the snow to snow, or waiting around for yes or no, or waiting for their hair to grow. Everyone is just waiting. Waiting for the fish to bite.
Or waiting for the wind to fly a kite. Or waiting around for Friday night.
Or waiting perhaps for their Uncle Jake.
Or a pot to boil.
Or a better break. Or a string of pearls.
Or a pair of pants. Or a wig with curls.
Or another chance.
Everyone is just waiting.
No, that's not for you. Somehow you'll escape all that's waiting and staying. You'll find the bright places where boom bands are playing. Band of flip-flapping. Once more, you'll ride high. Ready for anything under the sky. Ready? Because you're that kind of guy. Now the places will go. There is fun to be done. There are points to be scored. There is games to be won.
And the magical things you'll do at this ball will make you the winningest winner of all.
Fame, you'll be famous as famous can be, with the whole wide world watching you win on TV. Except when they don't, because sometimes they won't.
I'm afraid that sometimes you'll play lonely games too. Games you can't win because you'll play against you.
All alone, whether you like it or not.
Alone will be something you'll be quite a lot.
And when you're alone, there's a very good chance you'll meet things that scare you right out of your pants. There are some down the road between hither and yon that scare you so much you won't want to go on.
But on you will go, though the weather be foul. On you will go, though your enemies prowl. On you will go, though the hacked cracks howl. Onward up many a frightening creek, though your arms may get sore and your sneakers may leak. On and on you will hike, and I know you'll hike far, and face up to your problems, whatever they are.
You'll get mixed up, of course, as you already know. You'll get mixed up with many strange birds as you go.
So be sure when you step with care and great tact. And remember that life's a great balancing act.
Just never forget to be dexterous and deft, and never mix up your right foot with your left.
And will you succeed? Yes, you will indeed.
98 3/4% guaranteed.
Kid, you'll move mountains. So be your name Bucksbaum.
Or Bixby.
Or Bray. Or Mordecai Ale Van Allen O'Shea.
You're off to great places. Today is your day. Your mountain is waiting. So get on your way.
This makes me wish that Burning Man wasn't canceled so that the Living Duality grant might go through.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Here, that was beautiful.
I hear a sniffle. Extremities of your character are what define you. There's a lot of extreme there. Oh, it has a lot of life lessons, that book.
Hey, can you put a link to that in the chat, please?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you. Love to show my children.
Yeah.
Dr. Seuss was a fascinating and brilliant cat, and he was also quite subversive in many of his endeavors.
I definitely
I have
think
great
it's sort
respect
of
for him.
ontological theosophical societies. It would make sense. It is part of like the Theosophical Society or something.
Yeah, that's a big part of my work in terms of cycles. I mean, they're huge on that aspect of reality, real enough.
Let's see. This will come up. Here we go. Illuminati confirmed. But I was reading before that he was part of some secret society that was, but not on an article like this. This looks like some BS. Well, if I find it again, I'll talk about it and bring it up. Yeah.
I too have heard that as well, that he was a part of a secret society. I don't exactly remember which.
Well, you know, the author who wrote the story for the Golden Brick Road. How am I forgetting? Golden Brick Road was. What story was this from? Yellow Brick Road.
Wizard of Oz?
Wizard of Oz, yes. Okay, so
oh, that's
author it was Frank Baum, L. Frank Baum, wrote the Yellow Brick. Pardon me, wrote the Wonderful Wizard of Oz, and the story was about the Federal Reserve.
A lot of things.
Let's see. Federal Reserve. Yeah, the story was about the Federal Reserve, exposing the Federal Reserve, the Wizard of Oz, and the Yellow Brick Road was symbolic of the gold, and following where the gold has gone, where the money has gone. And the liquidation of the witch was symbolic of if you liquidate all assets, you can take down the Federal Reserve. Which we've actually done in this circumstance of Corona. We've had a liquidation of a lot of assets, and we've bankrupted them. At least
Look at you, making some connections. That's so true.
Yeah.
No,
money is debt, so the thing makes perfect sense.
Yeah, the Wizard of Oz. There's a little bit of story for each character. How the lion, what were the gifts? Gifts, Wizard of Oz. So, oh, that's not what I wanted.
Well, all of this plays to my model in terms of the heart, because all three of those characters were looking for heart aspects, right? In terms of courage, intelligence.
Yeah, so the Tin
And a
Man
heart.
got a heart, and he got a heart. It was a clock. The lion wanted courage, and I don't remember what he got. Or the straw man wanted a brain, and he got a degree. Oh, that's right. And so the degree, that's whack. Is
33 degrees.
Piece of paper is what signifies you have a brain. And the guy that was behind the curtain, the wizard, was unveiled by Toto the dog, and Toto in Latin means everyone together or in totality.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a frail, just a regular man hiding behind a curtain that was pretending to be a god. And they unveiled it, and they just found that he was a regular man, and that's how all of these high societies are. They're not gods, they're not kings, they're not anything like that. They're just regular people. And yeah.
Yeah, if everybody, I mean, that system to really understand what's happening is a fish flopping around on the deck right now. Its days are over, and what we're doing here, and that's what I loved about that Burning Man, is it really showcases all the people that have gathered here to create the new heaven and the new earth that's on the other side of all this chaos. All those people are involved too. You know, it's what's happening is this bifurcation. Hop bifurcation is those people that serve a purpose and that are pursuing their passions are going to go in one direction, whereas those people that embrace the transhumanist or technological aspects of reality are going off in a different direction to have a totally different experience. Whereas we're defining the next cycle in terms of what gets created, right? In terms of Egyptian pyramids or all these ruins you see, that was created through this impetus. And we're setting the tone right now. We're planting the seeds, right? That all that's going to come from.
Yeah. That's
I hope so.
outstanding.
Yeah. Hope is eternal.
We referred to the Tower of Babel, Babel, a few minutes ago, and you know, my theory regarding the Tower of Babel is that there was once, of course, there's a lot of pop theory about this, but there was once a one world culture and society, and that as that one world culture and society continued to cohese, to develop and in power and knowledge and authority, there was another entity of some sort that stopped us. So the Tower of Babel is about dividing us so that we can be managed, in my opinion, because the reality is that if we truly combined our powers and focused our energies as a species, as a being, as a kind, there would be no stopping us. And so
absolutely.
The divisions that are existent within our cultures, the cultural, the economic, the ethnic, any kind of division that you can think of. I mean, don't you think it's interesting that all of a sudden you're either a millennial or you're a Gen Xer or you're a boomer, or I mean, why? This is not part of my identity. I don't identify as a Gen X. What is that? I mean, that's not something that's inherent to my cultural experience at all. These are applications that have been laid on top of us. And I mean, it goes really quickly into conspiracy theory, but the reality is it's really obvious. If I sit here on a Saturday and listen to you guys talk, it's not much of a stretch to imagine that, these 5, 6, 7, 8 minds that are like having this conversation right now could potentially be the seed that turns the tide, that changes the course of the entire universe. That's a completely reasonable scenario to play out in my mind. So in terms of there being one culture that existed in cohesion and coordination throughout the whole planet, that is a very, very, very powerful idea. And it's interesting that we seem completely incapable to join as one, as man, that we have these constant temptations to divide us against each other. And I think that this is the real key here. That if we're going to survive and transition to the next epoch, it's going to be because we learn how to coexist and cooperate and ultimately combine our resources to solve the problems that we need to solve in order to exist, into the future indefinitely. And if we can't, we won't, and we'll start all over again. We know that it's cyclic, don't we?
Oh yeah. Yeah, everything repeats in a cycle. That's how time works. That's how wars have happened. It's just a repetition. Hopefully there's some way to break all of this crap.
Well, if the tendency is toward cooperation, which builds sort of knowledge and is a foundation on which progress is occurs, it's interesting to see that there are these focused attempts to thwart these movements of people that continue to coalesce. There is a conscious effort to stomp down factions and to suppress emerging coalescence. I mean, I'm speaking in generalist terms possible, but I'm really referring politically. You know, I mean, I was part of a political movement here in America that was basically just crushed. It was just literally crushed and dismissed. And so there is an attempt to stop what it is that we're doing. And I don't know why, and I don't know where it comes from. I mean, I've listened to a lot of conspiracy theories, but it's really hard for me not to imagine that there's something that's keeping us from achieving our greatness. And the New World Order becomes a sort of a point of fear for us. You know, there's tons and tons and tons of conspiracy theory stuff about the Agenda 29 and the New World Order this, and there's a lot of stuff that's be afraid of joining together as one. Why is that? Why is this constant warning against joining together as one? It goes back to the Tower of Babel. It was the same thing. Why did God have to crush this oneness that existed in us? I mean, I think it goes back to the pineal gland. You know, we have within us something that's particularly special.
That's everything.
And that thing within us, that divine thing within us, that capacity to see beyond our two eyes and to sense and to communicate beyond our mouths and our ears, that extrasensory perception that we were born with has been suppressed. And I think there's a reason for it. There's got to be a reason for it.
There is.
And the bottom line is that I think that as practical as I try to be, I think that I tap into that all the time. I think that my pineal gland kind of works a little bit, and that my internal sensing that I have inherently within myself taps into that a little bit. And so, I mean, if you have on one hand the infinite power of cooperation, on the other hand the complete incapacity of groups of people to cooperate for long periods of time, that math doesn't add up. So, you know, that's one of my great questions. My thesis question is, what stops us from creating the kind of coordinated unity that we absolutely need in order to face the next millennium?
I think it's all cycles, Michael, in terms of the four seasons, the fourness of birth, growth, decay, death, rebirth, right, is that's fundamental to everything. And the fall of man has to happen. This is what the Mayans really spoke of in terms of their cycles and these ages. Is suffering is necessary, even without forgetting everything, right? And then coming here and having everything be occulted and hidden from you. But all war, and you speak to the central banks, right? More than the Federal Reserve, it's central banking in general. All war is created by central banking, creating money out of fiat currency, right? So that's what the role of it is, though, is to cause suffering, because suffering provides the opportunity to transmute suffering into growth, into transmute. It's the same thing as the blacksmith annealing steel, where they get it red hot, pull it out, bang on it, and then quench it. Those cycles of annealing make that steel more durable, hold an edge, make them hold an edge longer, right? It's the same thing as the fool going through the 12 signs of the zodiac through successive cycles of incarnation is a transmutation. And it's all the 12ness, you know, it's the 12ness that's why the 144,000 chosen one in the Hebrew mysticism is all related to that 12ness. And yeah, so we're just in the beginning stages of the analogy or the fractal in time of the sun coming up in the morning or springtime. We're in springtime now, and every cycle has that birthing process. And this is just a really 24,000 year cycle that we're moving into now. That birthing is just before the sun peaks up, right? And that's why these dates coming up, December 21st, the solstice, are really important to me in terms of cycles, right? Because this is the last fourness of a cycle that was started in 2000, and it's 24ness, right? Everything is the 24. 2020 to 2024 is the last fourness inside a 12ness that's inside the 24ness, right? And that speaks to new beginnings. And that's fundamentally what we're doing right now is we're building a foundation to a new beginning in truth, right? And so these secret societies, all this occulted knowledge comes out. We all get to learn our true nature. We build this heaven on earth, but then over time it has to follow this process that we fall again to go through that other cycle of, just like the day when the sun goes down, it gets dark, it gets cold. Everything has to follow that process.
So let me ask you this: if we've gone through, let's say that we've gone through more than one of these cycles, life has, and let's say at the end of each one of these epochs or cycles, there is a renewal that begins with an ending of what was previous and a beginning of what was to come. Those living beings that exist in that previous epoch could potentially, for the sake of argument, find a way to continue to survive into the next epoch.
Absolutely.
And so then if that were true, if a culture of beings were able to find a way to escape the rebirthing of the universe or the the whatever galaxy context that we're talking about here, then those beings would be the gods for the next epoch.
That's exactly what's happening. And in terms, I don't like in terms of the death concept. It's more this bifurcation that it's like a cell that's being split, right? We're highly polarized. We're at the extremes of the electric cycle of on a galactic scale of expansion through polarization. And right now that's part of this transition is we're moving back to the magnetic phase of the electromagnetic cycle, right? And the magnetic phase is bringing back to source, right? When you're going back towards source, you got to clean your shit up, right? Because you can't go back to God with whatever you want to call it. You can't go back to that with dysfunction and lies and corruption and all that. So all that's being exposed, and it's a process. But then again, everything is a breath, right? Everything, we're going through that compressive cycle now. The magnetic is bringing everything back to center, and then it throws everything back out. It starts a new cycle. And the things that actually got things accomplished, that had a purpose, that were working towards divinity, are in the Bible. It says, I will multiply you. And that's what multiplication is, essentially, is a rarefaction or a qualitative improvement. Whereas the addition is more expanding geometrically. This is the multiplication part of it is what, it's a division through multiplication, or multiplication through division is what we're experiencing right now in terms of what's on the other side of this 0 point. And that's where we're heading to, is the center of the torus, right? Because that's how all time, the geometric nature of time is toroidal. And it's awesome, scary as it is.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So I just wonder if the idea of cheating these cycles in a way isn't a part of your thesis here.
No.
And that
I mean,
we're all
that's
functioning with a greater.
Yeah, I think having the wherewithal to come to the perspectives that we share is in not cheating it necessarily. It's just if you're not living out a purpose, right? It's you're being essentially I will multiply you is tenfold reward for having the courage to forge your own path and not follow. And that's what we're all here to do, we're here to create. We're not here to consume. And that's part of the hack of this expansionist mindset of capitalism, perpetual growth. It should be perpetual balance, not perpetual growth.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. God, hearing those words is just an amazing elixir to my soul. Like, these are ideas that rattle around in my brain all the time. And I mean, even the conversation we're having goes back to sort of my thesis here, which is the collectiveness of our thoughts and our minds is incredibly powerful, incredibly powerful, and potentially life changing, culture changing. I mean, change on a macro scale, and it's just it's amazing to me how alone I feel in that knowledge sometimes.
Well, I think it was in that Burning Man. You're always alone. You're born alone, die alone, and you live your life alone, despite what we're told. And so aloneness is, and understanding also everything outside you is inside you is a critical component in terms of projections, and the inside outness of creation is. I think that it's really powerful to be able to even entertain those concepts. Loving this geometry.
It is. It's also notable that, we're having these amazing epiphanous experiences in the context of what is going on in the world. Like, we're facing the collapse of X, Y, and Z, but at the same time, there's this sort of, our minds and our spirits are soaring so high. The distance between where our feet stand and where our minds and hearts soar is becoming greater and greater. That string is lengthening in my mind. It's an interesting concept, and I think it's echoed in other cultures throughout history. And I keep going back to the library at Alexandria. The idea that there was this amazing collective knowledge that was treasured, and then political and cultural forces came in to destroy that intellectual accomplishment. As the culture, as the society degraded and collapsed, the foundations of the knowledge were swept away, and so the knowledge was largely lost. And I see that same sort of tragic potential happening for us today. That at the moment where we reach the stars, the earth slips out from our feet. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I definitely think that we get to go through that cycle of creation again and expansion into newer, more novel existentialism, as opposed to what we're in. But then, yeah, it's all. I just see that the fractal nature of creation. If you really honor the 7 Hermetic principles, correspondence being a profound one, because it speaks to the as above, so below fractal nature of things. If you really embrace that conceptually in your ontology, when you're evaluating new information, to understand the entangled nature and superimposed nature of creation that follows that form, it's just really powerful to be able to connect different fractal scales of existence, from galactic down to, well, that's what I'm hoping to do, is just through cell mitosis to show how cell mitosis is involved in below the veil in the essence of creation, right? And in that dualistic yin yang cyclical action.
So, but do we have to accept the flat earthers though? Can't we just?
Yeah, you do, because it's both.
Can't we just ignore them?
No, because it's both, really. You have to understand the projective nature of creation, the difference between base reality, when Elon Musk says there's a 1 in a billion chance that we exist within base reality, that the flat earth is a base reality concept. That's where these people are coming from, but our existence is not. It's spherical, right? The projection is spherical in the Riemann sphere geometry, but base reality is projected from 2 dimensions. That's how holographs work. And so we have to be able to entertain that duality of. That's why I've always been all along saying I don't understand why you guys are arguing about the nature of the illusion that we live in, right? We should be talking about the nature of the illusion, not what form it takes, in terms of precedence and primacy.
That's a powerful distinction.
Yeah. But yeah, if you really get into the old stuff, the Earth used to be flat. And a video that I've been trying to get people to look at in terms of, I know that it shows flat Earth and it probably turns a lot of people off, but that's not where I'm coming from in terms of flat Earth. That's just a model that is highly congruent with what I'm doing in terms of the geometrics, and the essence of number, but also in terms of bigger scales. I think it's something important to contemplate the cyclical, where they're coming from, in terms of syncretism, and what might be coming, because I'm of the opinion that we're in the predicament we're in, because it's known that what's coming, right? And it's either trying to prevent something from happening or accentuate it. And it's just a matter of what we do with the time that we've been given, how we maximize and leverage this, to change what the future becomes, and not to embrace what we left behind, because that never served us.
Awesome, Chris. This is Richard.
Hey, Richard.
Yeah, guys, I'm just trying to chime in here. I've been distracted a little bit with some kids, but yeah, that concept of philosophy through geometry, and being able to actually live watch these shapes. What we're doing here is really I want to reduce it down to an art form. I mean, it is a process of people coming together from different perspectives, but we're pretty much doing a 3D live flyby when we have these discussions. And how do I explain it? But yeah, the unity there, the community that develops as a result of just an ongoing investigation, kind of seems like to me it's an alchemical renaissance with foundations, really sturdy, solid pillars of, platform that we can continue to grow and build harmony, scale structures. I mentioned Wayne Roberts this week to you guys. If you guys haven't checked it out yet, I want you to, principlesofnature.net, I believe, but it's just good on perspective in regards to units and really going back to the drawing board and trying to understand what that means. And then with cosmics information with
what is
cyclical number. This is the Wayne Roberts. He's a mathematician that came up with the same kind of thing as Kelvin with the triangles, equilateral triangular units. Like look up scale structure theory, or principlesofnature.net, sorry. It's the same, the theory of scale structures, but it goes into a lot of this stuff from a really core mathematical perspective. I've actually tried to reach out to the guy on numerous occasions, and I have not been able to crack his connect. So it's just a really, really, really well thought out system, and I'd love to get my hands on a book. If anybody in the group could get their hands on the book that he actually does have, it's just never available. But this is pretty much a condensed view of that. So I just want to make sure I try to point that out this week. But that's really all I had to say. I'm really, really enjoying these conversations, and I'm sharing stuff that appears to be congruent from my perspective. So over and out, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Awesome. That's
Thank you.
Yeah, I like what Terence McKenna said in terms of what's really happening is we're going from a camel to an F-14 on the fly, in terms of transmutation and inventing.
That feels about right.
Well, it's the metamorphosis of a butterfly, really. That's the nature of what's happening is the butterfly comes from chaos, right? You're going from one life form to an entirely new life form in a very short, and that's just a massive amount of novelty, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, I'm convinced that evolution happens in fits and starts. In addition to the slow incremental change over millennia, evolution is quite capable of completely reorganizing in a matter of, 1 or 2 or 3 lifetimes. We're seeing it. I mean, we have scientific proof. They've done studies off the small islands, off the Galapagos Islands and such, where you see see, speciation happening within 2 or 3 generations, and new species are introduced and can form their own unique species, and within 2 or 3 generations. And there's the old example of the cosmonauts, and that were in space for like almost a year, and he came back to the Earth after his time there, and of course underwent numerous medical studies and such, and the doctors talked about the time to recover was about a year. His body really didn't recover from his experience for about 12 months. But when he actually was interviewed, he said, "I don't think that I'm recovering. I think I'm adapting." What he said is that the changes that actually occurred in his body really were the same kind of changes that you'd see in a dolphin, in a water-faring species. His body was adapting to the zero gravity of space by becoming more fish-like. And so this wasn't sort of that he became disabled in space. His body adapted to the zero gravity of space by, his legs sort of atrophied and his upper body became stronger, and his joints stretched, and he became more fish-like because that's what his environment demanded. And so it took him a year to get back to sort of being terrestrial in his physiology, and he didn't see it as sort of recovering. He saw it as readapting, which I think was an interesting perspective, and from a first person perspective, quite prescient.
Space changes your body. If you're not working out in space, if you're not, I know they have treadmills that you can. Whoa, that is a very beautiful concept. The fabric of space is more strict when coming in contact with a larger conscious structure. I was watching a video on the history of graphics, and it talks about it actually talks about video games, but they started with pixels, and then they found a way to create straight lines with more curvature that were across pixels, using more of a stereograph sort of projection. And when they started creating third-dimensional graphics, it all went into voxels, third-dimensional pixels, kind of like Minecraft. And it's a real history about how we've evolved our graphics and the means by which we display structures.
Of course, video games today, they've got algorithms that create all the diversity in nature. You can create a beautiful mountain ranges with a simple algorithm. That's fascinating. The simplicity with which we can create diversity and seeming uniqueness is the relationship in general between the standard and the unique is quite fascinating to me, and it really does. As an artist, it plays back to how I can stretch a form to look like it's natural, but actually not be natural. How can I make these muscles bigger and give them an extra vertebrae, and twist the face and manipulate the structure of the body in a way that appears to convey an idea, but that would not be possible in real life. To me, that's the essence of art. These ideas where we play with where we manipulate reality just enough to change things without. I mean, it's that subtlety that is, I think, what is the nature of beauty to me.
Wow. Wow. That's one hell of a piece. Whoever created this is... Whoa.
Looks like one of those Mexican finger things.
You stick your fingers in it.
It's exactly what you. But where do you put your finger?
I know.
I might have to make one of these myself.
That
This
would be amazing.
beautiful.
Yeah.
I already
Yeah,
have a few concepts of how to draft this, but oh geez. Yeah. That'll be fun.
Looks familiar to me.
So that's like that's like a triad torus. Almost like what language would you use to describe such an object? And it's woven, which is
I'd call it a DMT entity.
I don't know. It looks a little gay to me. It's a lot of rainbow going on in there. I don't know.
And there's the truncated cube, and right next to it, and I don't know why, but it feels like there is a close association between this truncated cube and these solids right here. It's probably these three triangles that I'm associating, just the projection. But yeah, this is beautiful. You push it in. Yeah, a lot of these knots, these really funky knots can be associated back to, like if you look at this one, this looks like the center might be a truncated tetrahedron. Let me see.
It has a Mobius strip sort of a quality to it, doesn't it?
Triangle. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, Mobius in my ontology is where the electron comes from, and the concept of bifurcation in the 2/3 or the 1/3. Electron in the 1/2.
I'm sorry, I just remembered something. This. Oh no. Rhombic hexacantahedron. I like that. Oh, that's beautiful. But not what I was looking for, but nonetheless very beautiful. Looking for not Avatar the Last Airbender, but of course if you search Avatar the Mushroom, this scene would come up. Avatar blue people. Let's see if I can get this GIF. Remember how these mushrooms here, you tap on them and then they shrink and shrivel down.
Yeah.
Has anyone seen this movie, Avatar?
I remember the mushroom too.
Yes, absolutely. It's a great movie, I think. And I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, that was just an incredible effect that they put together, and you're looking at this helical structure just down into nothing. One hell of a good movie. Let's see, Avatar Blue. I'll just search GIFs and see if I can pull it up that way. Yeah, the jellyfish-like structures. There was a lot of wacky topology in this show. Those remind me of the seeds on one of those wish flowers. Let's see. Yeah, this flower right here. Dandelions. And you'll have all that fascinating geometry. Just blows out. See, yeah, I'm not seeing the mushrooms here. Well, that's that. Nonetheless, Is there anything else anyone else wants to share?
Yeah, I'm my stuff is, if anybody has any insights into the magic squares, that's where I'm at these days in terms of matrix algebra.
I know Maximilian Falsgraf has some work on these magic squares, and you might want to check out his work at razonaria.net.
Yeah, I've been looking at his work. It's awesome stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I have not seen the magic square component yet.
Okay, that might be on his Facebook. If you want to look around there.
Yeah, I'm still here. You hear me?
Hey, Maximilian.
Yeah, Maximilian.
So you want to speak to the magic squares?
Yeah, I did really not so much as I should have done on the magic squares. The magic square is fascinating because they are actually balancing, but in 2 dimensions normally. But if you can really find geometries in 3-dimensional space for those geometries, and you get balanced values of numbers. The problem is why I didn't go on with the study of it for the moment. Of course, I'm still figuring out how to get really a geometric complete. Because it's an approximation. It's very difficult to do because if you just put a vertex or a line or whatever or a face of a solid, you put a number to it. This is just arbitrary. You can put any number to any corner. If I say it so, on any face, any angle. The problem is angle maybe is the right thing. I was studying it, but I got stuck a little bit because it's very complicated. If you really want to do the geometry, you have to give actually a value, a logic value to all the numbers, and this should be angles, but very difficult to do in 360 degrees geometries. Maybe you should just come up with another scale for angles, maybe for every magic square a different one. What I did was simply pulling out jitterbug, yeah, the cube octahedron, to get a centering tetrahedron inside of it. When you do that, as the tetrahedron really has is a 4x4 geometry, so you get those geometry of the 4x4, and so you can do the 4x4 magic square quite well. I don't know if I have the image here. I can try to. Jupiter. We had it a couple of weeks ago. We discussed this, but it's a thing that's not finished yet, in my opinion. To get it geometry really transparent, it's a very complicated thing to do. I would say in easy words. Of course, it's like the vector equilibrium. You see, you have all the vectors are the same. If you look from the cube, from the vertices of the cube, you got integrated vectors going to those triangles and squares. And then when you push this out, and every cell of this divides again in 2, then you get a 64 geometry. And as they fold inside and outside at the same time, you get a tetrahedron in the center again, the icosahedron, what we've seen before, and then outside you get a truncated cube octahedron. Again, in vector equilibrium, splitting all the cells from the outside to the inside. So this is basically the balanced expansion. This is how life starts. From this point on, this is really interesting. Of course, this is why I put the I Ching as a reference here. Of course, they say from the 64 cell point onwards, the specification of the cells begin. So this is the last step where you can have an equal packing. This comes very close to the sphere. After this, you don't have a spherical form anymore. So you have to specialize cells. You don't get a vector equilibrium in vectors, nor on phase angles, nor
The cell differentiates at that point?
Yeah. Sorry?
You're saying the cell differentiates at that point?
Yeah, at that point is when
differentiation
the organism starts to specialize cells. So the tetrahedron in the center, it's very interesting. Of course, the outer shell is what becomes the skin and the brain. Very interesting. The skin and the brain are actually very, very, very closely related. And the inner, the dodecahedron and the icosahedron, sorry, in the center, in the middle, become the inner organs, and this little tetrahedron in the center, this actually becomes the skeleton. This becomes the solid structure of the body. So it's from this stage on that the cells are beginning to specialize.
Maximilian?
Yes.
Do you have those vertices combinatorically mapped out?
Not exactly. Not exactly.
Well, that's
This would be
correct?
nice work to do, and there's a problem about it. Of course, you've seen it in other graphs I did. The icosahedron is actually like the cuboctahedron put in the cuboctahedron is the vector equilibrium, and it has equilibrium vectors. This is for me the point where geometry becomes interesting. Of course, I think all about phi and the golden ratio, and the things are related to the 5 to the 10 5 geometries, which are not packing anymore. They are actually not. You can't pack space in the same shapes with icosahedron or dodecahedron. You always need complementary shapes to do it. So the icosahedron, in my opinion, is a twisted cuboctahedron. You can do it. I posted before in the comments. I posted a link where you can see this a little bit. It's quite usual to demonstrate it. Of course, the vector equilibrium has a balance in vectors, but it has different face shapes. It's not the same. So this is squares and triangles. So the vertices are not equidistant. They are different in distance. And so to balance this, the cuboctahedron automatically turns into an icosahedron, and the icosahedron automatically has its double in the dodecahedron. So you get this really the fourth and the fifth Platonic solids are based upon the jitterbug, the cuboctahedron. This is where they spring forth from. In my research, more or less goes in this direction.
What I'm trying to show, Maximilian, is the chestahedron is in the very center of that, and that's what through the Bagua yin-yang cycles, those three planes, it drives the vector equilibrium, the jitterbug flux. That's what Faraday's working on with me now.
Yes, it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And it's so simple too. That's what I love about it.
Yeah, and this is the cell division, and then later on, look, I got afterwards. I built this here just with 2 sticks and a little tape. I built this geometry. I never saw anything like that. Of course, I wanted to construct it, and so this is the next step, more or less.
Uncanny. Oh, awesome. I have that shape on my computer, I think.
Yes. Yes, it's there's no name for it. I don't know. I call it just my own maxi jitterbug, you know. So this is the next step. So if you go on and you pack inside from the inside, outside, and the 64 goes to the 96. So this is a 128 cell here, 128 cells in closest packing possible. So this is where really
Sorry
already
about that.
specialization
It's really hard
takes
listening
place.
to
And
this.
you can see also, for me, this is a little bit a 3D form, very closely related to the egg of life and all those geometry we have. Of course, you've got this hexagon in the middle that's springing out. If you see it in 2D, two-dimensional, you can see really how all those sacred geometries are really contained inside of this bug. The flower of life, the egg of life, all those things.
The isotropic vector matrix.
Exactly. And this comes as you told, this comes back to the cube. So you can see really the sphere here is becoming a cube again. Of course, there's no possibility to pack it spherical anymore. You have to go out in some places. You have to go out and from the inner geometry, and so this actually fits inside a cube quite perfectly. The shape.
Maximilian, I'm sorry, I actually don't have that shape. It's something similar, and it looks very close to it, but it's not that.
Maybe I should try to construct it in 3D. I got this model built, but I lost it, and when I when I moved, this was a little bit fragile, and it broke, and then it got lost. This piece. I only have a photograph of it. I have a couple of photographs of it, but I would like to do it animated as well. It's quite interesting. It's not a very regular shape, actually. Of course, it's not a regular solid. It's becoming irregular. Of course, it has different angles. The squares are not perfectly square. The the triangles are not perfectly dimensional. So it's a little bit difficult. Even though the sticks are all the same length, or less, where it's built from.
So,
I'll see another thing. Of course, then the next step I did was what you've seen. Wait a second. This is not what I was.
I'm working on building the Geometric View website, and
yes,
it's a community-based website where we're showing off everyone's work, and everyone has their own page on the website.
So this is cool.
I actually need a lot of content from everyone here, and I need that content sent to my Gmail so that I can actually put up your name, your work, your face, who you are, your contact information, and where you want to be reached, so that you're having traffic lead your way. Now, my Gmail is in the conversation, the Skype group conversation. I'll also post it in the Geometric View group. Let's see.
Well, yeah, we are keeping in contact anyway. You know. Wait a second. I was looking now to get.
So if anyone can send me their face. Images of their face, images of their work, their structures, images of their, and also send me your Skype icon and a little information about yourself. If you can do that, for anyone here, that will be put up in the Geometric View. All you have to do is send me that at my Gmail, which is in the chat right now. abyssaldionysus@gmail.com, and we can put you up. And that way we'll be directing traffic your way.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's good. Fine. Wait a second. I want to do. Let's go so slowly today. So this is the cubic packing. This is not
Chad,
cell division,
Brian,
but this is
and
more
everybody else involved.
compression of things. So this is a little bit the work you know already of mine. This is what I was working at lately. So this is the typical
Special
central
thanks to
cubic
Hart
and
McMuller.
face-centered cubic packing. This is actually the same. The difference is that the central sphere in this case it becomes an octahedron. If you split this little sphere in the middle up into 4 pieces, you get the octahedron in the center, and you get the face-centered cubic packing. So one is very, very closely related to the other one. This the centered cubic comes back to the rhombic dodecahedron. So this is rhombic dodecahedron packing, and the face-centered cubic is what I show you. This is more or less what you see, how the spheres interfere. This is like waves interfering. If you have interference in this normal packing, you got those lenses forming naturally. Here you got eight convex lenses. And again, the octahedron in the center. So you see, this is the relationship to the rhombic dodecahedron. The rhombic dodecahedron really is this pyramidal shape you get when you split a cube through the diagonals. If you put the 4 diagonals you get through a cube, you get this pyramid. This is not like the one of the octahedron, where that's very regular, completely regular. In this case, you get a different angle and different length. This is related to the square root of 2, and of 3. Depends if you see it in 3D or 2D. So here you get the same with the forming the cuts where it goes to the next wave field. So it interferes with neighboring wave fields. And so here you get it's the same. You get the icosahedron naturally forming inside of the octahedron embedded through the cube. This is just the same as we've seen before. What you just form those dimensional spheres in the center by the diagonals of those squares they're forming on where the octahedra intersect. One
proportion too, right? In the icosahedron relationship to the octahedron, the 5 proportions.
The proportions.
The Fibonacci or 5 proportion between the icosahedron and octahedron. They're at 5 locations along the edges of the icosahedron.
Yeah, you can easily see it, because I don't know if I have in the text the study of the mathematics exactly how it's related, but the edgelings. Wait a second, the edgeling of the yeah, fits that perfectly. I have to look in my notes. I got this calculated. of course, there is it's related to fire. All pentagonal solids and the platonic solids and the Catalan solids as well. They are going down to pentagons. Are all fire related. So this must be completely fire related to the octahedral shape. There's also special relationship to this octahedron inside of the it's not inside, it's just it's interfering with the cube. So you can see that every edge is actually exactly separated in 3 equal pieces, 3 equal areas. So
I've been trying to figure out those proportions for quite a while, and then this is just beautifully diagrammed. Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No, this was really a joy to investigate it. I have this for the next time. I will look for my notes about this. Of course, I didn't put all this in Facebook. I have all those relationships of edge lengths and phase volumes and all this. I have this all calculated somewhere. I have to look for it.
Maximilian, your study and your work, I'm a major fan of, and I've told you this before, but if you want any of your work 3D drafted, I would really like to work on that.
I would love you to do it. Really, this is, of course, you're very talented in this. I'm not a 3D. I started a little bit to work with 3D graphs, but it's not mine. I just don't have the time in the moment to study really to do it. So this is all done by Photoshop, simple Photoshop. So here you can see the different shapes going together. The inside of the cubic wave field. You see, this is actually. I hope the next one. I guess it's this is already yes. It's related to the volume of the waves, of the wavelengths of different of the octave. So this is really the what you see here is the volume of the frequency of an octave. Inside of the cube. So you get those geometries. This starts with a tetrahedron, the cube. Then you get the octahedron. Then you get the icosahedron. Then you get the jitterbug around, you see, and then the cube again. And this is a complete octave of musical tones.
That's why it's in an octahedron.
Yeah. The octahedron is the red one in the center, you see.
That's the breath of the harmonics.
Yeah, exactly. There are 2 red ones. I should have done a different color. There's the icosahedron and the octahedron. The two are in red.
Beautiful.
Wait a second. This is the dodecahedron constructed from the cube.
Now is that based on because each of the
here you see this is better graph of the same thing we had. Look, and what you can see on at the right bottom here where I have my cursor right now is how you get those musical tones. The octave is actually by turning a triangle around. So if you start with tetrahedron and you turn this triangle left, and you push it out, you get the octahedron. Then you turn it again, and you get the triangle, the triangular face of the icosahedron. Then you turn it again a quarter, and you get the rhombic, the jitterbug, as I like to call it. And then you come already out of the, but actually it goes on like that. So you can actually just turn clockwise and you get those shapes that do this result in the geometries of the octave. Hmm. This is the truncated octahedral honeycomb. This is what, as I told, if you have this is the natural occurring. There are two forms of honeycombs in the cubic field. This we saw already. Of course, I did also the icosahedron inside, and also this is the face-centered packing, and the other geometry that's completely perfectly packing is the rhombic dodecahedron. So these are the two. This one is the truncated octahedral honeycomb.
Now, when you're saying perfect packing, you mean that it's a tessellation of only one solid. So
exactly,
cubic honeycomb is a tessellation of only one solid.
Yeah. Yeah.
The rhombic dodecahedral is one, or the truncated octahedral is also a tessellation of one solid. Uniform tiling.
Exactly. This is completely uniform tiling in 3D space, where every single solid is exactly the same. This is and the same size, and of course you are working on this right now. No, I'm looking very I love your work a lot. But I was really here. This is bubbleology. So there's all spheres of exactly the same volume, and this is how they interfere. So this is like waves interfering in a cubic space. So what you get when those spheres expand and touch are actually these two geometries only.
Please do send some of these images to me at Gmail.
Yes.
Please do send some of these images to me at Gmail in the highest quality that you can, so that I can put this forth on the geometric view.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I will try. Yeah, of course, I have them now on my Facebook page. They are not so high definition. I got them definitely in higher definition. Yeah. So this is the rhombic dodecahedron. Here you get how the rhombic dodecahedron actually is formed. As I told you, the pyramids as through the diagonals of the cube. That's why all those packings are coming back to the cube always, always. So actually, there are two forms of closest possible packings in space. The actually closed packing is this one, is the compressed packing. And the other one, what I showed you at the beginning, is the cell division geometry. This is closed packing but expanding. So this is just to get the maximum of cells put together inside of a spherical structure. So you never get completely compact geometries. If you put it, it's just, you can just do it like here, the rhombic dodecahedron. You can just look at the vertices, but you have no chance to look every
the square, the face of the cube,
regular unity.
If you take the face of the cube in this image and you draw a line from H apice to the center of the cube, you have a pyramid. And then if you reflect that pyramid so it becomes a bipyramid, and you tessellate that all around the cube, the same bipyramid, what you have is a rhombic dodecahedron.
Exactly. These are those bipyramids. And actually, yes, the rhombic dodecahedron comes down to the constellation of six of the bipyramids.
This is a beautiful animation showing how, or beautiful visual showing how the cube nests inside the rhombic dodecahedron, especially in a cubic grid, and also highlights where the sphere packing and how that relates to each apice. Definitely highlighting the concept of cellular division in this aspect, and crystalline lattices, the atomic dispersion. This is gorgeous.
Yes, exactly. And the most interesting aspect of all this is that it's really a double cube. The rhombic dodecahedron is a double cube in volume, and also if you take those pyramids apart, it's exactly the six pieces that form the cube. So you have actually, this is a geometry completely based on two cubes joined together. So here, this is another form of packing. This is a little bit difficult to see. If you see the green tetrahedron and the red octahedron, this is the packing of tetra-octa honeycomb in space. So if you want to pack a 3D space with tetrahedron, you always come. You can always get the gaps filled with octahedron. There's no other possibility. So we get along. So here, this is going on. Yeah, this is a little bit what I showed before. If you got those packing of tetra and octa, this goes again back to the jitterbug.
The cuboctahedral honeycomb. And this is exactly the same.
Yeah.
Same
goes back
isolation of the sphere packing. When you're highlighting the apices, that's
exactly.
Yeah. Wow.
So here we go again with the packing, the lenses as they are formed. So we already seen before the eight concave lenses that form naturally. Here you get it's a combination of the former image and this one. This is how the jitterbox relates to the octahedron and the tetrahedron. So you can see you can do this tetrahedral structure inside of the cup octahedron.
Yeah, in my model, those 8 lenses are actually polar number pairs. They're dualities across the 3 family number groups. The diagonals of that cube are through which the nested tetrahedron do their spinning.
Exactly. Here you see it. Look, this is really how I came to the spin of the tetrahedron. If you go through the look, this is similar to what I did with the cube to coming to the rhombic dodeca. If you do the same thing with the octahedron, you come to this 3-sided pyramid shape in the middle. And this is goes if you construct this outside, if you go out with this geometry through different cubes inside the wave field, so you got this spinning the spinning tetrahedral shape. And this is very interesting. This is very interesting. Of course, this is how waves propagate from. If you a little bit study Walter Russell, this is actually the geometry Walter Russell describes in his work always, as it goes from the center to the vertex, to the vertex of the cube, and then from there outside to the next cubic wave field. And it's always with a spin. This is not going straight. It is always spinning.
Yeah, and I actually see it that the standing wave that exists inside the cubic structure goes through itself. So it's going from one corner to the next. It reflects through itself and back out.
It turns clockwise always around, and so you got really if you pull this out. I go back to this, of course. If you pull this out for longer through more wave fields, you actually get this always spinning like a spinning spiral. From one vertex of the cube, you can put the cube as a bit large as you want. You always get this diagonal going through and spinning. So here we have the a lot of shapes put together. This is the rhombic triacontrahedron inside of the cube. You can see how it fits perfectly as well. This is very special. This is one of my favorite solids.
The rhombic tricontohedron. And a beautiful thing about the rhombic tricontohedron, which I'm sure you have experience with this, is that if you take some of those apices and you push them inwards, it makes a truncated octahedron.
Exactly.
I'm seeing the nesting the truncated octahedron in that image too. Yeah, but it's hardly a change at all, and you have a truncated octahedron.
Exactly. You see, you've got here dodecahedron inside as well. So here we come again to the simple cubic, face-centered cubic, and body-centered cubic. A little bit the double shape, the double pyramid you mentioned before, and I related it to the different elements as they correlate. So the cube is actually space. I guess there is no discussion about it. Then the water as the tetrahedron inside of the closed packing. Then the tetrahedron in a constellation with octahedron forming the honeycomb. As fire, and in body-centered cubic, then you got the Earth. You get a bit of mathematics. These are proportions of regular octahedron in face-centered packing. So you get the different edge lengths and angles. I just put it in 2 dimensions so you can have a comparison between one and the other. Look, you have also the pyramid here, the Giza pyramid, compared to the octahedron, where you have the square root of 2 divided by 2, and the flat triangle, the regular triangle, and that's it. Okay, now we have it. So this is just a model here of how the cubic space is expanded. Some more. So I did this just as schematic scheme to see the lenses again. So here you got also the convex lenses. They are forming on the square faces. This is actually how waves. If you go a little bit by the theory of the unit cube as the only existing thing, and every other thing is just a projection and a reflection outside. This was a study I did how actually from a single cube from inside, reflection and projection is possible to form endless space. A simply through lenses formed, and this we saw last time. This is more or less how reflection and projection is forming inside from the centering cube outside to the outside and inside again. And I can show you. I can give you those images in better quality. This is actually here in PNG or something like that. It's not very pixels. Because I did it so you can have it on any background. You know, they are actually transparent. You see them now on white ground, but you can put them on any fence. They are actually transparent. These are the convex lenses with their focus points at the edges, vertices of the cube. And thereby forming the outer cubes. A little bit complicated. There's a combination of all those images together. So you get the vertices formed by the convex projection, and then you get the reflection back, and then you have the planes of the cube, the faces formed by the convex expansion from the inside to the outside. And so you can actually construct only by this way of wave expansion by reflection and projection. You can construct like a three-dimensional canvas. So everything's possible in this geometry. Of course, you get all those interferences, and everything is always everywhere present. That's the idea behind this. Same thing. The study of magnetism and colors, also based on Walter Russell. You see, for me, it's interesting because I see the magnetic poles as not two poles actually, but more or less a plane. It's like a plane where you got the north always in the center and the south at the rim. And so you got cone-shaped magnets.
Yeah, you can think about Janus the Two-Face in terms of Roman history and that concept of a two-sided coin, right? Yes, exactly. That's kind of what you're referencing there in terms of that plane.
Yeah.
And then in my ontology, that really is an infinitesimal slice that's at the center of a Mobius. That duality of going around the Mobius from inside to outside is happening in that infinitesimal slice, and that's really what Janus the Two-Face is speaking of.
Exactly. That's where it's, and then you get also east and west poles from the same. It's the same geometry of the close packing in cubic space. Naturally, this forms naturally. This comes just when you construct all those projections and reflections, you get to those images. And you get also how the planes inside of the cube are formed, which for me is the most exciting thing. I'm fascinated by the dimensional planes. I guess for me the axes, as we call them, the X, Y, Z, are actually essential for understanding how the universe works.
Threeness comes from, and the fourness comes from the diagonals.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I guess that there's really what we see as reality is actually formed by the interference of three planes at 90 degrees angles. I have a lot of things about that on my webpage.
Well, I think the 45-degree angle has primacy in terms of the 90-degree. That the 45 is the fundamental, and through the mirror and rotation, it's where the 90 and everything else comes from.
Yes, but they are also converting always into the other. Of course, for me, you see it here. Look, you see here the planes on the top and the bottom of this graph. So these are the elements of the periodic table, according to Walter Russell, more or less, as I interpreted them that way. So you got this is basically the inside. There's always two octaves. interrelated. So you got the space gases. The first octaves are those very small ones inside, and the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth octaves are those big, large cubes. They're the cones. Sorry. So as I told, there's just one cubic wave field. These are just the projection and reflection cones. They're going out from and coming back in. More or less through the lens is more or less like our eye functions. It's the same. So you got the projection and the reflection. As I put before, seeing is a two-way motion. It's not only that you perceive, you're also projecting.
It's a two-way cone.
Exactly. Seeing is not one-way motion, as most people think. There's this world outside, and my eye is picking this up through the pupil and then projecting it on the retina, and this is what I'm seeing. Then this goes to through my nerves into my brain, and I'm seeing those things. Anyway, it's
everything that has a heart and that pumps blood is. Projects out. So through the occipital, they get the frequencies and they project them out, right? And everything that doesn't have a heart reflects it back, and it's this two-way transfer of information.
Exactly, and it's always due to interpretation. So we don't have nobody of us has an objective view on nature, on our surrounding world. Of course, we always have our own interpretation, and we see it actually as reality, our interpretation of this reality.
That's the lenses.
So, yeah.
That's the lenses that you're looking through in your model is our filters, right? We're looking at things through our own lenses. Everybody has a subjective truth. Through the collective consciousness, we receive the collective the collective perspective, and we filter that through our perception, our belief systems, and that's what we project out, right? And that's why everybody sees things a little bit differently, is we're projecting out the objective truth, but through our filters, our lenses. And I think you should change that inert to noble, because this all speaks to the chessboard and the nobility of the noble gases, the noble metals, right? And the octet rule through which they go through these octave expansion and semitone.
The noble gases here, I represented them as white discs. You see them, and they have two faces. So there's actually one noble gas on one side and the other on the other side. So it's like Möbius, as you formed it before. There's these two gases, and this is what Walter Russell taught. Actually, this is not so easy to see in his graphs, but in his texts it comes very clear that all the elements come back to their noble gas on the two sides of the octave.
All this comes from plasma.
Exactly. So the noble gas is always the same for the two sides where the octave goes and where it reaches. And this is more or less so. To achieve this, you need the noble gases to be two-sided, like a Möbius changing. Of course, the next octave, the noble gas is changing to the next one.
Yeah, it's through the 8 valence electrons.
This is actually what forms the difference between the octave. This is just, as you have seen before, the packing geometries are those different, the octahedron, the cuboctahedron, as they are packed inside of the cube, this determines where the lenses are and where the noble gases are. The noble gases always coincide with the faces of the solids. It's a little bit. There's a lot of work in this. I did all the periodic table, the complete periodic table. I did it based on this geometry. So here you see a little bit how it works. There is one thing, there's cones going through cones. You have seen the tetrahedra before, how they spin. And this is the most important thing. This is graphically not very easy to, this is where really animation would help a lot. Of course, you can see in the center, you can see the horizontal plane, and then you see two vertical planes. But in the moment this plane is formed, it's always perceived as horizontal. So there's horizontal planes, all of them. They turn, but in the moment when they skip 90 degrees, the red or green planes of the forming the y axis actually become the horizontal blue plane. For me, blue is always horizontal. Wait a second. Why is this
Beautiful,
black?
Maximilian.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should. This is the video, the animation. We have seen this, I get it. It's a little bit long. Wait a second. I'm just going through this Facebook album to explain a little bit what's going on here. No, this is already the end. Wait a second. This is not going off. I didn't know. No. Yeah. So this was the. Wait a second. I'm going back to. I got off here. Wait a second. I wanted to go again to my. This goes very slow. This computer here. Sometimes I'm really frustrated. Albums. Wait a second. Get back to the geometry. I guess I have to go now to my webpage. You get more things of packing. No, this is. Wait a second, I go on to my webpage. So now, yeah. I've seen you put it in the comments. Here we have the table of elements to show you crazy stuff. So this is the. You can see a little bit the basic concept is you can see that here is the 9th octave of elements coinciding with this little octahedron, small octahedra on the vertices of the cube are actually already the child where everything gets evolved from. This is born here. This is the first octave of the space gases. So you have atomium, alberton, plankton, boston, and then this is related to its opposite geometry, which is the highest of the octave, the 9th, sometimes also called the 10th. It depends on how you count. and you got all the elements in its position inside of the wave field. You got the lenses, and the suns in the middle. So this is the first octave. These are the so-called space gases. I came actually to the. It's a little bit crazy, but I'm going much against accepted science in things we perceive as radioactivity. For me, this is what's radioactivity. In my opinion, I didn't do it scientifically as a complete study, but as I came geometrically to the conclusion that radioactivity is not, as science tries to tell us, emitted by the atom, but it's exactly the other way around. It's going towards the atom. So these elements of the periodic table, they are very heavy elements. How do they become so heavy? Of course, they are geometrically opposed to the very, very light and very small elements of the first and second and third octaves. So they always form a geometric relationship. So you can't have uranium or neptunium without having Delphanon, Bernanon, the elements that are before our perception. And they actually what we call radiation. They're not coming out of the atom, but they are actually there. Of course, they are going into the atom to make it always bigger and heavier. Crazy stuff. I know this is completely opposite to what everybody tries to tell us, but I came to geometrically to this conclusion. Of course, you can't. This was one little thought of Walter Russell when he wrote his famous periodic table. We got this here. Walter Russell. Russell wrote. Periodic table. Here we got it. Yeah, we have the two here. I think everyone is familiar more or less with it. But there is one big thing that's geometrically not conclusion, and this is. I'll see if it opens in bigger picture. I got it also on the web page. Let's see. This one is even better. We have it. No, this is this one, famous drawing. So we got the space elements, the before hydrogen octaves, and then we got all this wonderful snake here, very related to the Doherty Z.
Serpent?
Yeah. But there's one point. How do we come to the point that this inert gas of the 9th octave is the same as the one of the first octave? There must be you can only come close the circle if you come to the same point. So actually, you have to see the first 4 octaves as the geometrically opposed ones to the higher octaves, to the radioactive elements. So actually, the first octave is related to the ninth. The second is related to the eighth. Completely geometry. You can't have one without the other. And this is why I came to this kind of representing it. So you have always one octave. So I'll show you the next step. Sorry, I closed it. The next step is this one. This begins where the other one ended. And you see the related solids all the time here. How those lenses get different positions. But you have to see it always as one cubic wave field. So this is actually here are different cubes, but in reality there's just one single cube where all this stuff happens.
Yes.
The cones here are the isotopes. So the isotopes are just geometrically formed inside of the cones of the actual elements. Fourth octave, third, the sixth, inversely geometrically related onto the other. And here it becomes interesting. This is, as I told you, the fourth and the fifth and the sixth. The fourth and the fifth are actually very similar. So they are just the geometries inside the cube. In perfect packing. This is why carbon is the most stable element. Of course, this is a completely equilibrium packing inside of the cubic field. So this projects perfectly outside, and reflects inside again. So that's more or less the idea of the elements, how they are related. And this is all optical, and you can see here, you can see those axes, X, Y, Z. They are the colors of magenta, cyan, and yellow. And the horizontal is always the blue one, and the green and the red are the verticals. And conforming how they are turning around, they form the next octave of elements. And they always skipping around. So the plane is always here. You see the red plane, but when it becomes the element, it flips, and this becomes the horizon. So it's very interesting. Of course, in nature you can observe it. You can see that the blue color is actually always horizontal. You have the sky, and you have the water. They're blue for us because they are horizontal towards our view side.
Yeah.
You can see, there are very little blue. There are blue flowers and blue insects. It's very interesting to study blue color occurring in nature. There are blue butterflies, tropical butterflies with a perfect blue. But if you, I don't know if you can see it here. I don't have the Latin name of those butterflies, but it's very interesting. They have very intense blue. And they were studied by scientists, and they found out that they are actually not blue. They are actually not blue. Of course, if you put a drop of water on them, the blue disappears. It's
blue
just
morpho
they have
butterfly.
a structure. They have a geometric structure in the texture of the wings. Yeah, they orient in such a way that the light, only the blue light, reflects back from them.
Maximilian, look up blue morpho butterfly.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's got a nano structure on the winglets themselves that trap certain wavelengths and release other wavelengths. But you're right, it's completely geometric.
They have They have no blue pigment. Blue pigment is very difficult for nature to achieve. Very, very difficult.
So they use as light.
Because blue is always horizontal. Normally, it's what we see, and what reflects from the horizontal other shapes is normally. If you come to the green, what's green dominant is normally it's plants. Because plants, leaves are always vertical to our side. Trees and plants are always growing vertically.
They also can't grow at right angles because it causes an enormous amount of pressure in the tree if they grow at right angles, and that pretty much kills it.
Exactly.
Maximilian, I just posted a video that shows what you were talking about with the butterfly wings.
Wait a second. Maybe we can switch off the.
If you click on the link there that I just posted.
This one. Wait a second. I don't know where it opens right now. So I know yet. Wait a second. This was this one here. I see. Maybe this goes very slow here. Maybe I switch to your screen again so I see it here in the. Wait a second. I will quit my screen sharing button here. So share your screen now. It gets clicking. It's better. Of course, mine is going very slowly right now.
So I'm on mobile. I guess I could share. Can I share video over a phone with mobile?
I think you can, but it's only if you're having a two-way mobile talk, like if you're with someone else that has mobile, I think. But
yeah, let me pull it up on my PC.
Yeah, because if anything needs to be shared, I can also screen share right here. I have the stuff ready.
Yeah, I see. It's just going very slowly here.
Okay, what do you need pulled up?
I'm ready to have to go.
I'm living in the forest, so we have internet only by 4G network, and sometimes it goes now with the quarantine. Everybody at this hour, it's now 11 here in Europe, 11 night, and everybody is watching films now or whatever, or series on screen, and so this goes very slow right now.
Maximilian, I'm gonna pull it up real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm looking at it after it a little bit later. And no, it's loading, but it's just loading, you know.
That's okay. Where I'm at, nobody's really on my network, so I should have fairly decent internet right now.
Yeah.
All right, can you all hear it?
No.
Can you see my screen?
I know it's loading. Yeah,
I hear a dog in the background too. Is that your pup, Maximilian?
I can hear something, yeah.
Does anyone know how I can get my PC's audio on this?
Okay, wait a second. Let's skip that.
Oh, do you have it, Maximilian?
I'm getting it now. It's very, very, very slow. Ah, yeah, deep look. Yeah, this is about the wings. Wait a second. I'll stop it. I can share it if you want on the screen right now.
Yeah, I'll end my screen share.
Wait a second. So here we are. Put it on. Here it is.
Wings of a butterfly or some of the most.
And create your professional website today.
This is the video, right? With the butterfly right here. I have it pulled up.
I don't know.
Nature draws on a palette of biological pigments, also known as biochromes. But there's another way of
biochromes,
color. It's called structural color, and it harnesses the physics of light at the nanoscale. Nipam Patel's lab at UC Berkeley is studying how morpho butterflies form the special structures that cover their wings, scales. What does it mean to be blue? The wings of a morpho butterfly are some of the most beautiful structures in nature, and yet they contain no blue pigment. Artists use paint, dyes, and ink to make their creations. Nature draws on a palette of biological pigments, also known as biochromes.
Wait a second.
But there's another way of producing color. It's called structural color, and it harnesses the physics of light at the nanoscale. Nipam Patel's lab at UC Berkeley is studying how morpho butterflies form the special structures that cover their wings, scales, while still inside the pupae. Morphos live mostly in the tropics, and when they're resting, they fold their wings up, showing their dark earth-toned undersides. The brown, yellow, and black colors are generated by pigments. But the other side is all about structural color. It gives their wings a vibrant, iridescent blue hue. Each scale is like a pixel, a tiny tile in a larger mosaic in layers of overlapping rows. Researchers want to see how structural color takes shape on the wings, but normally this happens inside the pupae, which is opaque. So they figured out how to remove the morpho wings from the pupae and grow them in a petri dish. Just like a developing photograph, patterns and colors slowly appear on the ghostly white wings as each scale's surface transforms over time. A way of producing brilliant blues. Ridges on the scale's surface are a key component that affect how the wing spreads or refracts light, similar to a prism. When light hits these ridges, a phenomena called constructive interference comes into play. The spacing in the ridges, which look like little Christmas trees, perfectly reinforces specific wavelengths while canceling out others. This is why your eyes perceive that shimmering blue. Scientists aren't sure why, but vertebrates and plants rarely produce blue as a pigment. For some reason, it's a pigment you don't see much of in nature. So think of structural color as an evolutionary workaround, a way of producing brilliant blues at a nano level, not just on butterfly wings, but on feathers, beetles, even our own bodies.
So get this. Every 1.23 seconds, a new user goes to Wix.com and starts creating a professional website.
This episode was brought to you by Skillshare. Hey everyone, I am Jess Keating and you're watching Blend to Skin. They begin to secrete materials that will form their new cuticle while their old one eventually disintegrates and they break out of it. They're soft at first, but their new cuticle hardens up within a few hours. During this process, they gain new features. Cockroaches and crickets, for example, gain wings through molting, and their sexual organs only become functional after their final molt.
The young, called a nymph, has no wings. It gets wings in its final molt.
Because of this gradual development, adult insects that undergo incomplete metamorphosis tend to look like their babies, but with extra features, like a Pokemon's final form, except for maybe Magikarp. Complete metamorphosis is where things start to get really interesting.
Complete metamorphosis shows 4 distinct changes from egg to adult. The cycle starts when, for example, an adult Mexican bean beetle lays a cluster of eggs.
Species that undergo complete metamorphosis go through 4 distinct phases: egg, larva, pupa, and adult. Each one of these life stages serves a specific purpose. The goal of a larva is to eat as much as possible so that it can grow and develop, while the goal of an adult is to reproduce. In fact, in some species, the adults don't even eat. They spend their entire adult lives trying to reproduce, fueled by the energy stored by their larval stage.
Larvae hatch from the eggs. The larval stage is mainly a feeding stage.
Goliath beetles can live for up to 2 years in the larval stage and get particularly swole in preparation to pupate.
Now this one is 33 grams exactly now.
The adults generally lay their eggs near a food source so that when they hatch, the larvae can quickly begin to stuff themselves with as much food as they can eat. As they grow, they molt, and once they've developed enough, they pupate.
When all of the black widow's eggs have been eaten, the maggots pupate.
During this stage, they develop into their final form, adults. Some insects, like moths, form cocoons out of silk or poop to protect themselves as they go through this radical change. Butterflies, on the other hand, don't form protective cocoons, and instead their exterior forms a hard chrysalid. And like butterflies, they can be breathtaking. Some even look like gold.
The chrysalis is a resting stage, during which the animal changes into a beautiful butterfly.
During this stage, the larvae release enzymes that dissolve their own tissue. Once broken down, the adult structures begin to form out of tiny clusters of cells called imaginal discs. These imaginal discs are cells that are present when the larvae are born. They are attached to their epidermis by a thin stalk and remain dormant throughout their larval stage. Though once awoken during the pupal stage, they go to work. What they're able to do is almost too fantastical to be true. Once they're activated, the cells begin to divide very quickly to make more cells, eventually building entire structures like wings in just a few days. Even more fantastical is the fact that these elements are developed independently of one another and then attached later. So a wing may be grown in one area and then moved into place, somewhat like assembling a car. You don't have to build each part where it's going to end up. So a leg could be formed near the head and then moved down to its thorax.
All right. It's been a great podcast. I think we should wrap it up. It was a great talk.
Good to meet. Yeah, this was awesome stuff, guys.
All right.
Much appreciated. I enjoy Saturdays as always.
Yeah.
Thank you for dropping in, and have a good one all. Love is watching.
Take care.
Thank you for joining us for Season 2, Episode 8.
As long as I'm riding with you. It don't matter whether we're riding or whether we're driving, as long as I'm riding with you. It don't matter whether we're riding or whether we're driving, as long as I'm riding with you. It don't matter whether we're riding or whether we're driving, as long as I'm riding with you. I don't wanna be the person to burden you. Emergency's the first hand, urgency's the second hand. Supply and demand, define a definitive intervention for man. Not a Da Vinci Code, but a source code. Not a kiss and a toad and it turn into a prince. Not a turtle in a herd, not a fairy tale. Not a narrative, not a nursery rhyme. Not an aeroplane, all I wanna play with is real life intangible truth. Parallel to perfect tearing up my curtain, tearing up my hair again. Nancy Kerrigan, fair skin, hairpins, nails, her tailspin. Sonic speed, honestly, all I need is the good weed and a beer. All you wanna say is that my empathy is empty and I beat you with a curse word. Verbs are pressure where the wound bleeds. In order to swoon me, a spoon feed. Come by, I killed him with the curfew option. Adoption of property, the bippity boppity boo, the vapor that comes out of you. The people are robbing you of your spirit cause you have none. First it was no one with me and I will do what you need me to do. And I will do all what you need. I don't even go all the way. I will do what you need. All the way to rearrange to. You're so annoying me and me, and I will do what you need me to do. Do, I'll do what you need me to do. I'll do, I'll do, I'll do, I'll do, I'll do. Masquerade, us around, all I am is infinity. All that you can see, all that we are, all that we go to, all that we are rearranged into.
Geometric view is love is watching product, love is watching production. Thank you for doing that. Music is by the acronym Beauty, the acronym BUD, and Abyssal Dionysus is the geometer. That's me and Brighton. Thank you for being here. Catch you next Saturday. Executive producer for The Geometric View is Buddy James Doherty. Thank you, Heather, Michael, Brighton, Tess, Chad, Brian, and everybody else involved. Thank you, Vladimir B. Ginsburg.
So having it on both ears, having it on both ears. Like it appears. Heaven opens. I've got you. I've got you. Somebody got annoying. I've got you. Thank you for your undivided, divided attention. I've got you. First things first. Love, marriage, baby and a baby carriage. Carry us, carry it out. Inside together. Oh yeah, playing in the sun all day long till it comes and all along. You knew that it was gonna be the dawning in the dark. I'd never sitting out together all alone at the same time now. I'd never kill. Each other up for the flow. The flow is keeping us together. voice. One choice. Nothing more, nothing less. Here we go. Flex, flex, flex your flow. Flex, flow, flex your flow. Here we go. Flex, flex your flow. Your flow. Flex your flow. Your flow. Spend your life trying